Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture is about canceling.
Кокаином.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then
Woke
shut us
moralists.
up.
F around and find out.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
Up yours.
We'll see who cancels who.
All right. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Leftist Mafia. Now, you might notice that of the actual 5 Leftist Mafia hosts, only one of us is here. So, because of that, I have found...
You're a billionaire. You won. You won. You don't have to fake being... Matt Bender, right. You don't have to fake being a leftist anymore. You did it. You survived King of the Hill.
I bought them out. It is now wholly owned by me. Now, I was actually going to go with the more of a mafioso theme and be like, I'm the Don, and I've removed members of the family who aren't loyal to me, and I've replaced them with my new consiglieres, Dan from the internet, and Rayyvanna, all right? Now, no, but I mean, all right, so basically, Mike of the Humanist Report is on vacation. We knew he wasn't going to make it.
Filthy
and then
socialist.
Earlier this year, he's on, who knows where.
Claims to be a socialist, takes a vacation.
Unbelievable.
Come on, Mike.
Unbelievable. Time and money to do so? Yeah, right. Unbelievable. And then Lance earlier this week lets us know that he has to, he has doctor appointment related to the surgery he had. So that's understandable. I'll give Lance that. He gets a pass. He's allowed to take off.
That's what a mob boss would say. Hey, you have to be in the hospital. It's going to be stuck up for a couple of weeks. Don't worry about it.
And then David yesterday all of a sudden is like, I don't think I'll be able to make it tomorrow. Should we just cancel this week's Leftist Mafia? Can you believe that? Another person who hosts this show wanting to take a day off and just go, no show for the people.
It sounds like
show for the people.
Sounds like he was a Fed. Honestly, he was trying to infiltrate Leftist Mafia and try to take it down and just go, hey, maybe we should just call it quits, Let's get a nice house in the Hamptons, take it easy for the children.
Really?
But no.
Really just yeah. So they didn't want to do it. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to do it. And Rebecca was like, yeah, I'll be able to do it too. If I make it. Now, Rebecca is currently at the airport, I believe, trying to get home. She thought she would make it home before the show started. As you can see, there's no Rebecca Square, so clearly she did not make it. There is a chance she will join us. If not, I love them dearly, but we got Dan from the internet and Rayyvanna in the house. And quite frankly, who needs the other four people when I got Dan from the internet and Rayyvanna? Really?
Right. And now that you are the controlling shareholder, it's time to do some Leftist Mafia stock buybacks, Matt.
Right. It's time for that, right? Yes. So let's start, because we are streaming still on the Rational Nationals channel of 300, 400,000 people on YouTube. Christ's sakes. Humanist Report's 200, 300,000. My God. And then, of course, my wonderful 31,000 subscribers. Nowhere near that.
Shout out to my 2,000 subs on YouTube watching this.
Yeah, but hey, we'll take everyone we can get. But for people watching on those streams who might not know who you guys are, I mean, why don't you tell them? Let's start with Rayyvanna. Tell people who you are, what you do, what you're all about. Drop your let people know where they could find you, so they can follow you, so they can catch your streams and stuff when the show ends, and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. So I am, you might have seen me at Trump rallies. I am the MAGA beauty queen. I'm just kidding. I'm not at Trump rallies. But I work for the Young Turks.
Although that would be very funny. You should definitely consider going and streaming from one.
Right.
Worked well for Emma.
Right. If he comes to Chicago, I'll do it. But I have thought about going to both the DNC and the RNC next year because they're both located really close to me. But yeah, I work for the Young Turks. I've been hosting the Damage Report while John is gone. I'll be hosting again tomorrow for Damage Report viewers. I've seen some love in the chat already, so thank you. Shout out to all of you. I am a disability rights advocate. I'm a leftist. You can follow me on Twitter at Rayyvanna TTV, and you can catch my streams at night on Twitch, which is just Rayyvanna on that platform. And that's pretty much it for me right now. I would say follow me on Instagram, but I never post on there. And every time I plug my Instagram, I get a lot of weird DMs. So I'm not going to do that. Don't follow me on Instagram.
There you go. And now Dan.
Yes.
From the internet.
I am Dan from the internet.
Can I just say, not to interrupt your plugs, but I got to say, it is very confusing that you go by Dan from the internet, but your handle is Dan from the web. I never know which one to use. It always messes me up.
I'm sorry for that. You can blame the guy. Well, first of all, you can't do Dan from the internet on Twitter because that's too many characters. But secondly, I was just late to the game. There's a guy on Twitter who hasn't tweeted since 2010 with like a Minecraft profile who is Dan from the net. And I would love that thing. And in like Elon Musk's broken promise number, like 506,342, like he said that he would start releasing some non-used accounts so that other people could get them. But I don't really care enough about Twitter at this point to do it. So anyways, Dan from the internet, that's who I am. I am very self-centered. No, I guess like minor lore about me. I used to work at TYT at one point, not by choice. I was a producer for Jimmy Dore. I helped develop the Damage Report when it first started. So that's like cancels out. And then I've also worked closely with Anna Kasparin, Cenk Uygur, Emma Vigeland through all that. So also Dave Rubin, so I got fun stories if anyone wants that. But since then, I left in 2020 just doing my own things. But I also host Power Report, which is this is a wonderful little turf war we got going on because usually Power Report streams Thursdays, 30 minutes after Leftist Mafia starts. And we've had some like cross-pollination with different hosts. But the number one complaint I see in the comments is like, can both of these shows be the same? Because they're both on the same time. They're both panel shows. They're both awesome if the commenters and myself do so myself. But Matt Bender has been a guest on Power Report before. So for all those things, you can check me out at danfromtheinter.net. Has all of my links. But I'm on YouTube at Dan from the Internet, Instagram at Dan from the Internet, TikTok at Dan from the Internet, and sometimes it's Dan from the web on Twitter and Twitch where I can't get it. Also, Good Morning Bad News on TikTok. Me and another great tweeter, Jules Dotsev, work on that with a couple other folks on a great team. And yeah, just slinging content out here, baby. Just doing the damn thing, you know.
I like how you just play down the what is it called again? Good Morning Bad News.
It rocks.
You just play it down, put it at the end there. That account has like over 1 million followers, right? It's huge.
Yeah, it's for a while we were outgunning CNN, Fox, and MSNBC on TikTok. So it's a fun experience. I love TikTok. It confuses me all the time, but yeah, please check out all of the work that's on the channel. It's takes a lot of time, but it's good. Yes.
I want to add, I feel you so strongly about the username on Twitter that you can't get, because the only reason my name on Twitter is not at Rayyvanna is because some lady has been hogging the handle. She hasn't tweeted since 2009. And I also was like super excited when Elon Musk said they were going to deactivate those old accounts, because for 1 minute I let myself believe his fucking lies. I was like, finally I'll be able to get the handle. Finally it will be mine. But alas, still
One of my
favorite TTV.
Wait, why is your handle TTV though?
Twitch TV.
Got it.
This is me admitting my ignorance. I always thought, like, maybe this is wrong, and definitely like wrong ways of things, please correct me, but I always thought of it as like, you know how for folks with disabilities, when you call phone numbers and you're hearing things, TTV, I believe, is like a format to help people with disabilities to be able to like hear and listen to things. So I thought it was a play on that, but now I know it's Twitch and I feel dumb.
That would be cooler. It is not that, but I do know what you're talking about.
Yeah. I'm glad you guys were able to join me, and we did this Power Report crossover, I guess you can call it. Definitely don't check out the Power Report on Thursdays during Leftist Mafia.
We have a replay, so you can watch that, or if there happens to be a replay of Leftist Mafia, you can watch that and watch Power Report live, and you have so much.
Right, there you go.
That is one thing I will like, not to do too much like self-jerking off, but a lot of things suck, but I think the leftist space has never been this robust in ever. Like Sam Cedar and Ezra Klein and even Cenk Uygur come from like the early 2000s blogosphere of the left, and that was seen like as a wow, you have a bunch of different opinions and it's very robust. But even though there's the Joe Rogans and Jordan Petersons and all the other ghouls that we cover, like it has never been more of a time to discover a bunch of leftists who are talking about things. And I really I wake up thankful about that every single day. Even though it's a crowded space, I'm glad that people are, shifting their views. They're interested. They want to engage in the stuff. So, I honestly I will joke about the competition thing, but I'm happy that both Leftist Mafia and Power Report exist. Truly,
that's very nice of you to say, Dan. But I do got to intervene here and say, as you talk about how robust and hardworking leftist media space. Earlier today, I also was the last man standing to host Thursdays on the Majority Report,
which I saw.
Apparently, along with me being the only Leftist Mafia person to host today. Earlier today in the Majority Report, as you all know, I do Majority Report afternoons, the fun half, with Emma and Brandon and Matt Leck and Bradley. Well, everyone at the Majority Report, except for Bradley, is currently out with COVID.
Also,
Brandon,
shout out to the behind the scenes crew like Dorsey and a number of other folks working on TikTok. It's a team.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You are the designated survivor of the Majority Report.
So I am the designated. So I mean, Bradley, you got to give him credit, but he's not on. He hasn't put his face on camera. So it was just me taking over for Emma and Brandon, who was away. It's just unbelievable. I'm like, it's like no days off Binder over here. There you go. No days off. # no days off. All right, let's get into it though. Enough about why various streamers aren't streaming.
Sorry. I just want to say, I know people usually watch this show, but I'm a fan of Doomed. I'm a fan of Scam Comedy. Check out all the things that Matt Bender's doing.
Oh my God, I love it. Rayyvanna, would you like to promote me and my ego as well?
No, but I will actually address. I do want to address a comment I read about my bookshelf behind me. It is not falling over. It's the perspective is warped because of my camera lens. The bookshelf is fine, and mind your business. It's great. I built it myself. It's not crooked at all, and it's also a litter box, so dual purpose.
Also, shout out Prairie Fire.
Bender's shows, they're wonderful, and I do listen to the Majority Report, especially on Thursdays, because it's one of the days I never have to host anything else. So I'm able to go to the gym later in the day, and I usually listen to the show when I'm at the gym. I couldn't today because my headphones died, so it was my own personal tragedy, my own 9/11, if you will.
Ooh, on the week of, jeez.
It's timely. It's relevant.
You gotta get that explosion soundboard.
You Gen Zers, unbelievable. Anyway, let's dive in. There's actually I actually have a number of things for us to talk about. Of course, if there's any stories from the past week that either of you want to bring up, please feel free. But I thought we'd start with with this from Bill Maher. Now, let me first add an addendum here that I usually don't deal with the screen sharing and video playing, so everyone, bear with me if I screw something up. I will try my best to make it work very fluidly without messing things up. But it's likely...
That being said, StreamYard's way easier than OBS, so I have a lot of faith in you, Matt.
There you go. I appreciate that. So let's dive into this. So Bill Maher. What do you all think of Bill Maher, by the way? Big fans?
Friend of the show, really. I mean, I'm on Leftist Mafia, so I can say that to sabotage you. I'm just kidding. But like, yeah, friend of Leftist Mafia, Bill Maher. Pope of Leftist Mafia, actually, Bill Maher. No, yeah. I can have some comments later because I have a lot of thoughts about Bill Maher as a person. But let's just say his past, I don't know, decade and a half, I've not been feeling it.
I learned who Bill Maher was like 2 years ago. So I feel like a lot of people had that, oh, I used to like him, but now he sucks. I never had that. He was introduced to me as a person who sucks. And I think I might have learned about him from watching the Majority Report, actually.
Oh my God. Wow. Dan, are you a millennial or are you Gen Z?
Great question. My birthday is not, you can't concept my birthday. And so therefore you cannot really tell. So,
wait,
Dan
are you saying you
Leap
don't
day.
know what day you were born?
A leap day baby.
I'm a
is
leap
what
day baby.
Dan is.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow.
I was born on, dox me, February 29th, 1996. And so I'm a leap day baby. So also to answer your question, I'm on the cusp of millennial and Zoomer. And so like most people like that, I choose whichever one's the most convenient for me in a conversation. So although honestly, I've met a lot of people in my life who I love, but they're like obnoxiously millennial. So I feel myself a little bit more related to Zoomers, honestly.
So you're actually technically the generation that comes after Gen Z, because you're approximately 6 years old, right?
oh yes, I am Gen AA. I would be down to go to Greek.
Is that what
Gen
they're
Alpha,
called?
right? Yeah.
Yeah, we're out. No, yeah, so it's AA. I think it's Alpha or like Al AA, you know.
Alcoholics Anonymous, yeah.
Absolutely, yes. But I'm down to go to Greek letters, like what they did with hurricanes when they ran out of like things. Let's just go to another language. Let's just make it fun. But you know, let's call it Gen Z because I grew up in England. And that's the way you pronounce Z. So like, you know, it's England English. You know, so
Getting
yeah.
into some
Anyways.
deep Dan lore today.
I did not even realize I got 2 Gen Alphas living under my roof. My kids. I didn't even know they were called Gen A, Gen Alpha. Wow, learning something new from the very young millennial. 96 is millennial, buddy. It's the tail end of millennial.
No, I definitely think as a Zoomer, no one could accuse me of not being Gen Z. I think that Dan is one of us for sure.
No, unfortunately, he is not. My youngest brother is 96. I have 2 brothers and a sister. My youngest sibling is born in 1996. We've had this conversation many a times. He is the tail end of the millennial generation. I'm sorry, Dan. I'm sorry, Dan. You're an old man now, just like I'm 10 years older than you, and I'm calling you an old man.
I will say I found hello, ladies and men that I might be interested in, but I found my first gray hair the other day. So Dan's Silver Fox era coming soon. We'll go.
Let's go.
There you go. There you go. Let me, it'll be fine. Trust me. I've gone through all the emotions.
You are a very young. You are a very young 29. I'll say that right now.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess people say I do pass for much younger. Probably more due to my maturity level than actually how I look, but I'll take it.
We're gonna talk about Bill Maher, right?
We are, but if you're gonna go off, I'm gonna go off with you. I'm following you guys off this cliff if it's just the 3 of us. So let's get down to business. I'm about to break into a Mulan song here. Jeez, let's get down to business to defeat. Okay, no, for real. Let's get
Bill Maher.
There. Oh, perfect segue. All right, now Bill Maher. He tweeted just the other day that even though the writer strike, the WGA strike that's been going on since around May, I believe. It's like a 5-month long strike now. Even though that is still ongoing and practically almost every single show covered by that strike has taken off, especially the talk shows. You know, they've even the talk show, the major late night talk show hosts. Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, John Oliver, Jimmy Fallon, and Stephen Colbert have started a podcast to help raise money for their staff. So they
Strike Force 5, of course, like listen to Power Report and Leftist Mafia, but Strike Force 5 is that one.
There you go. So they've started this podcast to raise money to support their staff so they could also support the strike. This is an ongoing thing. Well, Bill Maher thinks his late night talk show is a little bit different than everybody else's because he's bringing it back even though there's a strike. Bill Maher tweeted out, let me pull this up on the screen here. Give me a second. I'm going to have to figure this out. I figured it out before. I could do it again. Here we go. Where is it? Here we go. There it is.
You're killing it, man.
So Bill Maher tweets out, real time is coming back, unfortunately.
Could have stopped there.
Right. And I'm really taking advantage of those pauses you're supposed to do with those commas.
We love the English language, don't we, folks?
It is really funny that he wrote it that way. Real time is coming back, unfortunately. Sans writers or writing. It has been 5 months and it is time to bring people back to work. The writers have important issues that I sympathize with and hope they are addressed to their satisfaction.
Can I put
they are not?
Not.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
He literally does not sympathize with him. We heard him last week with like a held hostage Jim Gaffigan sitting across from him saying that he doesn't think the writers deserve even to make a living. He does not sympathize. He was like doing like, oh, you know, I support the strike, but I think they should all have to starve and die if Netflix, you know, buys their shows and they shouldn't get paid a single dime. Like
Rational National covered that. If you want to check out their video, but yes, I know what you're saying.
Just like don't lie.
I just want to say for this episode, being that they decided not to show up, Mike, David, Rebecca, again, I'll give Lance a pass. Those three, they don't exist today. They don't exist. Do not mention them. No, I'm joking. Definitely
in the words of Boondocks Barack Obama, basically, fuck him.
But anyway, Bill Maher continues. I already see people who just jumped onto the Leftist Mafia stream who just heard me say that, wondering, oh my God, did Leftist Mafia have yet another host change up? Are all those people gone from the show? No, they're just not here today. Leftist Mafia is now just not officially me. That would be quite funny, but it is not. I'm very hard to work with. Everyone keeps leaving me. No, they'll be back next week. So Bill Maher continues. I sympathize. The writers have important issues that I sympathize with, like Rayyvanna said. No, he doesn't. And I hope they are addressed to their satisfaction, but they're not the only people with issues, problems, and concerns. Despite some assistance from me, much of the staff is struggling mightily. We all were hopeful this would come to an end after Labor Day, but that day has come and gone, and there still seems to be nothing happening. I love my writers. No, he doesn't. I am one of them. But I'm not prepared to lose an entire year and see so many below-the-line people suffer so much. I will honor the spirit of the strike by not doing a monologue, a desk piece, new rules, or editorial. The written pieces that I'm so proud of on real time. And I'll just say up front that to the audience, the show I will be doing without my writers will not be as good as our normal show, full stop. The heart of the show is an off-the-cuff panel discussion that aims to cut through the bullshit and predictable partisanship, and that will continue. The show will not disappoint. I just want to really point out that the reason he's not doing the monologue, the desk piece, new rules, or the editorial is not to honor the spirit of the strike. It's because he can't do it without his writers. Like, they literally write that for him, and he's not good enough to write those segments without them. I mean,
10 trillion %. Bill Maher's like, he's dust as far as comedy goes.
Right. I mean, yeah, I guess the heart of the show, as in the majority of the show, like by like if you're gonna take out a stopwatch and time how much time each segment has, sure, it's the panel, but that's like really not Bill Maher's doing. That's also like, I guess he has a really good booking agent who gets good guests and they go off on each other. I mean, Bill Maher is honestly not all that good of a host. He doesn't really do anything, to be quite frank.
What I don't understand is he's got his podcast, right? His like Club Random, I believe it's called. Random. Ugh, Bill Maher, the most random man in America. But let's just do that. Like, why do you need to do the show? Like, again, like if it's going to be such a, an abridged version of what was already a shit fucking show, like why bring it back? I don't get it. Like I'm sure that he's swimming in like Scrooge McDuck pools of money, right? Like he's not hurting for cash. I mean,
yeah, like I to give some context into Bill Maher. So the reason Real Time with Bill Maher exists on HBO is because there was a show called Politically Incorrect that was on network television, ABC. And then, speak of the recent anniversary we had of 9/11, Bill Maher made a really spicy 9/11 joke, something along the lines of, wow, at least those terrorists had balls, which was like, you want to tap the brakes on that in America, like 2 weeks after 9/11, if you're going to say that on nationwide ABC TV. And yeah, he was previously on Comedy Central. He's previously been a comedian. And so HBO gave him this contract to do Real Time with Bill Maher in the very, very early 2000s. And I can go into like my own Bill Maher history because it's like maybe
you have a Bill Maher history.
I do. I have quite a Bill Maher. I've been to live shows. Let's go on that. All right.
They captured you on where is it? Santa Monica is where they fucking grab people off the street to come and watch the show.
I won't say that I went by choice, but I will say that someone who knew I would probably have been interested at the time I went, which was in the mid 2010s, which I won't I won't apologize. Sorry. I accept that going to Bill Maher's show, regardless of the time, not the greatest thing. But my girlfriend at the time wanted to take me. It was a high school thing. I was obsessed with that. And I went the time where Snoop Dogg was on. And full disclosure, I was on acid in the audience. And so that was a great birthday for me. I got to see Snoop Dogg, Long Beach legend, city where carry strong heat, hometown. But like, what I was saying was that Bill Maher, his show started on HBO because of this whole idea of being or carrying the politically incorrect thing into doing Real Time with Bill Maher. And so that was meant to be his HBO's deal with Bill Maher is like, yeah, we hired you exactly after you said the 9/11 stuff.
We hired you because you said the 9/11 stuff.
Because clearly The Wire and The Sopranos weren't edgy enough for HBO in the early 2000s. But like, either way, Bill Maher has continuously gotten his contract renewed in a way where like even the safe late night network hosts who are now doing that podcast they would usually worry about their jobs more because late night comedy, I mean, I'm not a comedian, go watch like Mark Maron for that. I mean, stay here, but but like the late night, the network late night comedy spot is probably the most paid and still most coveted spot, even though it's old news, right? Even though it's like not something that like I'm not tuning into love them, but like Conan O'Brien or like Kimmel or Fallon. I mean, I don't love them, I don't really care about them, but even like Colbert, I'm not tuning into that every night. Honestly, I got better things to do. But that is all to say that Bill Maher exists on thinking that HBO is giving him unlimited runway until not just his comedy turns to dust, which is what I mentioned earlier, but until Bill Maher turns into dust. Like Bill Maher will literally have to quit that show or like yell the N-word the same way he probably does to the same way he has or probably is also done to his black sex workers, who he tends to prefer black women. That's just a common thing we know in Hollywood. And
did you say we know in Hollywood? Oh, Mr. Hollywood over here now. Yeah. We
know worldwide. This is my one advantage of being on the West Coast. Like no one else. Like everything else is East Coast media. Everything else is East Coast time. But sometimes Hassan takes me in his Porsche, so it's all good. No, but
being in the Midwest, I don't get fucking shit. There's no hot goss. There's no tea. There's no advantage. The only advantage is that I get to sleep in one I don't have to start work at the same time as people on the East Coast. And
That and Lou Malnati's. I'd say those are your only two advantages.
Lou Malnati's goes hard. I'm not a big, don't crucify me, my fellow Chicagoans, I'm not a big deep dish pizza person.
Oh, if you were a wrestling fan, you would be all about the hot gossip right now because Chicago's own CM Punk got involved in CM Punk?
Yeah, only because I've been out with my friends and they've been like, "Oh my God, that's CM Punk."
You've seen CM Punk
multiple
You've seen
times.
him in the wild?
Multiple times I've spotted CM Punk in the wild.
Wow.
Well, I didn't spot him; other people pointed him out to me. But
wow, all right. Well, he had it was like last week, I believe, a big falling out between AEW, the wrestling company he was signed with, and he got very publicly fired for real, not part of a storyline. And so it was a big deal. A lot of drama's about to come out, I'm sure, because he hasn't spoken on it yet. It's a big thing in the wrestling world. So, I mean, Bill Maher is just, it is a load of shit. I mean, really. I mean, the idea that, let's actually get to, I want to unload on Bill Maher, but what I'm about to say about Bill Maher and the strike also fits another person who's decided that, hey, I'm going to come back too. In fact, this announcement came before Bill Maher's show. This was the very first of the talk shows, I guess, that were shut down due to the strike to announce they were making a comeback. And that's because, let me pull this one up now. Give me 1 second. We got Drew Barrymore announcing that.
I super didn't know she had a show, by the way, but yes.
I watch the Drew Barrymore show every single day with the sound off on the TV at the gym while I'm working out. I do when I'm like disassociating. Really?
On your Roger Ailes shit. Roger Ailes, the old former host of Fox News, in addition to #raw hamburger meat. In addition to that, he also was a fan of watching Fox News with the sound off. Don't read into that. Just go on. But I caught onto that very quickly.
So Drew Barrymore announces. This was 4 days ago. So she beat Bill Maher to the punch by 2 days? She announces on her Instagram, I made a choice to walk away from the MTV Film and Television Awards because I was the host. And it had a direct conflict with what the strike was dealing with, which was studio streamers, film, and television. It was also in the first week of the strike, and so I did what I thought was the appropriate thing at the time to stand in solidarity with the writers. Okay, it only counts if it's early in the strike. If the strike is ongoing, then it doesn't matter anymore, apparently. What a weird opening. Anyway, and to be clear, our talk show actually wrapped on April 20th, so we never had to shut down the show. That makes it even worse! That makes it even worse! There was never any solidarity, apparently, from Drew Barrymore's show. Nope. My God! Why would she add that? All right, let me continue, and then we can unload. However, I am also making the choice to come back for the first time in the strike for our show. That may have my name on it, but this is bigger than just me. I own this choice. We are in compliance with not discussing or promoting film and television that is struck of any kind. We launched live in a global pandemic. Our show was built for sensitive times and has only functioned through what the real world is going through in real time. I want to be there to provide what writers do so well, which is a way to bring us together and help us make sense of the human experience. Jeez. I hope for a resolve for everyone as soon as possible. We have navigated difficult times since we first came on air, and so I take a step forward to start season 4 once again with an astute humility. What does that even mean? Astute humility? Do those words even? I don't think those words go together.
No,
I mean, I've never heard that phrase before in my life.
I'm going to be humble, but I'm going to really care about how astute I'm looking and feeling and acting and appearing.
Right. I think she misused the word astute. I think she thought it meant something else. But go ahead, Rayyvanna.
No, I mean, I completely agree that that's probably the case. And listen, Drew Barrymore has had a very difficult life and had a very difficult childhood. I mean, like essentially just having drugs shoved up her nose from the age she was a small child onwards. Like, that being said, now she is a grown woman. She needs to, people need to stop infantilizing her. She's making this choice, making the choice to put those words together in that order, regardless of definition, which I will say is very brave of her. But, I mean, it's absurd. I mean, and the show is for, old ladies who are, retired, and they just haven't turned their TV off after The Price is Right ended. That's the audience of Drew Barrymore, the Drew Barrymore show. From what I've gathered watching with the sound off, the show sucks. From what I've gathered from watching the show in that manner, even I can tell with no audio that the show is bad. So I can't imagine the absolute chaos it will descend into without the writers. I mean, she seems very unfocused, even with the sketches being organized, being written for her. So I'm not going to watch it, but I'm sure that whoever's watching it will think that it's even worse than it was before.
I have a semi-substantive question, because you said, Drew Barrymore, something about game shows. Is she on CBS? What is...
I think so. I'm pretty sure that The Price is Right ends and then her show comes on. At least that's how the TVs at my gym go.
Okay, because I will at least say that my little fun fact is that Real Time with Bill Maher is filmed in the same studio at CBS Television City in Beverly Grove of Los Angeles, which you will find a lot of WGA workers picketing at. I totally recommend giving those folks snacks over on Beverly and Fairfax or whatever here in LA. But Bill Maher films that exact same studio. So they take down everything for The Price is Right as Thursday. This is TV. They whip them bitches out. They're like, let's film 10 Prices Rights. And then on Thursday, they take it down and put the Bill Maher setup, and it's in that same auditorium.
That's crazy, actually.
Yeah.
As someone who has watched a lot of The Price is Right with her grandmother,
same.
There's been I think a lot of game shows do it that way, where they just film a bunch of episodes at once, in a single day. And there's been really crazy episodes of game shows where it's it'll air 4 or 5 months after it was filmed, and at the end of the episode, it said a screen comes up at the end that says "in memory of," and it's one of the contestants that were just on the show because they had died in the time between. It's that long that it takes for them to air these episodes. Yeah, it's wild.
Oh my god. I hope they won at least. Had one good moment before.
Just always bet $1 and you'll be fine.
Right.
Yeah. But back to Drew Barrymore specifically, though. I mean, and Bill Maher, both of these shows, really, the point is the shows that are deciding not to stand in solidarity with the striking writers. It's whatever way they spin it. The fact of the matter is, the point of the strike is to starve these companies, these major studios, the broadcast companies, the television companies, the movie studios, these big corporations. It's to starve them of content, so consumers then, obviously don't have that content that they enjoy in front of them, and they go, why do I not, what's going on here? And then they find out what's going on. And then they also stand in solidarity with the people who create the shows they enjoy. And the studios start losing money. And then they're forced to then go to the bargaining table with these unions and sit down and come to some terms with them that obviously, hopefully would, lean heavily in the writers' direction and get this resolved for writers. But by not doing that, they're not standing in solidarity with the writers. They're not helping the writers at all. In fact, what they're doing is really the beginning of what could be a domino effect, where other shows also feel like, hey, you know what? Maybe we could come back too. And then the companies are no longer starved of content, and there's no incentive for them to go to the bargaining table to strike a deal with the union for the writers.
I think one of the frustrating takes I've seen from this is at least now, these shows are going to they're going to flop, and then everyone is going to see the value of of the writers, which I don't think is, necessarily a great understanding of how this works, because they're still getting to pump content out to the audience, and especially with shows like this. Like, I mean, honestly, the major audience for shows like this is just people who don't change the channel. So if there's something on that's not a rerun, the networks are still getting something out of it, no matter how crap it really is. And like, we already know the value of the writers. People who enjoy these shows know the value that the writers bring. It really says something when the face of these shows isn't willing to stand in solidarity with the writers. And that's why I got so frustrated with Bill Maher. I sympathize with them, or even Drew Barrymore's fake ass, like, oh, we're not technically, we're not advertising other movies that are struck, right? We're not advertising things that are content that is struck. So we're going to be in compliance. Like, they know that they're not. They know that they aren't. They don't actually support, the writers, and they're not standing in solidarity like so many, people in their same position are. It's just so fake and fraudulent that it's infuriating.
Right. No, absolutely. One thing I should point out, though, I should add here. Now, Drew Barrymore is actually not scabbing because remember, there's two strikes going on. There's the writer strike, the WGA strike, and then there's the actor strike, the SAG-AFTRA union. Now, Drew Barrymore, as an actress, is not scabbing. Because I think I saw a lot of people were confused over that, because these are two completely separate unions with two completely sets of contracts. And the contract for talk shows and things of that nature with SAG-AFTRA, they're not striking for that. It's only film and TV, like a scripted series. So if you're doing a talk show and you're an actor, like, maybe you do entertainment news talk show, like, I don't know, you host an e-show or something, you're not breaking any SAG strike by hosting the show. You could continue with your commitment. But the contract with the WGA, that does include TV talk shows. So if you're a writer, you can't be working on, you can't go and write for talk shows, even though maybe an actor can go and do a talk show. Completely separate thing. So Drew Barrymore not crossing the picket line as an actress with the SAG strike is crossing it, though, with the WGA and the writer strike. I just wanted to make that clear to people so they understood what was going on.
Yeah, it's important. And I saw the part of MR today where you were making that distinction. I really appreciate it, because these are, I mean, on the one hand, yes, it's important to know these terms and be aware of these terms to use them correctly, because, scab has a certain connotation, rightfully so, but it's specifically meaning towards, like, you would be represented by that union. Like, you're doing the same job that members of that union would be doing, but you're doing it in spite of a strike for your own personal interests. So, like, that's an important thing to point out. But I think the thing that annoys me with Bill Maher, I have a history with, I'll explain again if given the opportunity. But like with both Drew Barrymore and Bill Maher, I think the example has been given that you can do, you can show solidarity with the workers while still, I get it. Like, I don't have to be paid much. I shouldn't be saying this, but I don't have to be paid much money to be doing this, because like I just enjoy covering politics and talking about it. But like for the Strike Force 5, the Colbert and John Oliver and a number of other folks, like John Oliver's also on HBO. Colbert is also on CBS. There is a path for how you do this kind of thing and still support the effort, because ultimately, and this is what I'm not trying to bring this to Bill Maher like purposely, but one thing Bill Maher said, which was meant to be like a wedge issue as far as unions go, was that he said that he's doing it because the below board, quote unquote, workers are suffering because of the strike. They're not getting work because the shows aren't going on. And Bill Maher's quite a humanitarian, especially when he's at the strip club. Bill Maher just can't see it in his heart to see a number of, workers who are going unpaid when they have mouths to feed, when they have things to do. And so you could almost, if you read in just a purely Bill Maher is the right guy kind of way, which is like, first of all, like, what the fuck? Like, why? But like, if you read it in a Bill Maher kind of way, you would think that, oh, Bill Maher is trying to make sure that the custodian who cleans up after the audience and the grip and the people who working the sound and stuff are, separate from this, and they're hurting because of the strike, which is ridiculous because, I mean, custodians, they're usually unions for that. It might be service industry workers union, but all the other quote unquote below board staff you're talking about are IATSE, the International Association of Theater, and I don't know what the S is. I always forget it, but like they're the theater staff. They're all the tech people who work on productions. You don't see them, but they're the cameras, they're the mic, they're the everything in studio technician and studio like production that makes it look like, oh damn, this is TV.
International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
Thank you. So, because of the stage employees, because the people you see or don't see working on stage, or maybe you see them on the wide shot sometimes, like those are the folks who, again, I have a lot of respect for, working with IATSE folks at PYT who were unionizing during that. More on that later if you want to. But I really respect those workers a lot because they're holding it down. They're the ones who are showing up from can't see to can't see, from like when the night is dark and in the morning where you can't see till the night is late at night to where you can't see. They're the hardest workers in any production, full stop. I say this having been a producer before, but IATSE is fully down with WGA and SAG-AFTRA, all right? They know it's an economic difficulty. Everyone in WGA and SAG-AFTRA, and anyone on a strike that matter. I mean, I can't keep track of what's on the East Coast right now, but we're hours away from the United Auto Workers Union officially being able to go on strike. And so everyone knows, definitionally, at least workers do, what a strike means. It's like, this is our method of last resort. We need to show on a spreadsheet somewhere that we are very important. Our work is very important to these people. And so we understand there are sacrifices to that. We understand we may go without work for a little bit. We understand that, our salaries may go down, or, things might get tough for a little bit. And I don't mean to, pepper over that and make that lightly, because that's very, very difficult. But that is understood. That's understood. It's the same reason why when I was down with the WGA SAG-AFTRA strikers, you would see UPS truck drivers blaring their horns. You would see garbage truck drivers blaring their horns as they passed by, because there's solidarity and understanding that, workers will suffer, but ultimately it's the workers that are creating profit for the management who continues to refuse to recognize not only unions in some cases, but in cases where unions are already recognized, they refuse to recognize how times have changed and how employees need more. And the last thing I'll say is that I will correct what I said earlier, in that these CEOs have recognized times have changed, because in their rhetoric, they say, hey, look, the streaming industry makes the economics of residuals and things different. Let's take them at face value. And so we have to adjust the economics a little bit for this. But like at the end of the day, it's not going to be Zaslav or Bob Iger, any of the CEOs in these companies, who's going to like go down and open up Adobe Premiere or Final Cut Pro and start editing these bitches and start like doing graphics for the Marvel movie. Nor is like, I mean, I would love for Zaslav to like try to get on camera and do like Succession or Love Island or even Real Time with Bill Maher. I'd love to see his Type 5, because I'd love to bring tomatoes and shit. Because like Adam Conover's spoken about this very clearly, and so shout out to him. But like, these CEOs are so fundamentally disconnected from the work that they are doing, from the work that their workers are doing, that the only way to show that is to show what it looks like when those writers, when those actors, when the directors were involved for a moment. IATSE is showing solidarity, all right? When all of the people who make your shit want to stand up for their basic rights to be able to afford to live in the cities that they live in. All right. That, by the way, folks like that CEO are making more expensive to live in.
Right.
And so this is it's an understood sacrifice that's being made by workers, but sacrifice gets fucking results. I mean, like I saw the accounts that I follow that are like the finance bros in New York and, you know, London and everywhere. And they're like, fuck finance. I'm gonna be a UPS driver now because they make like 6 figures and all they do is deliver packages, right? Like, I mean, I don't mean all they do because that's their voice. I'm not gonna belittle work, but I'm saying that like you got those assholes understanding what withholding your labor to the capitalist actually means. And so that's what's the important thing about the strike.
I'll just add, Bill Maher tried to like lay the groundwork for his announcing. That's what, like, as I was talking earlier about his holding hostage fucking Jim Gaffigan while talking about all of his gripes with the strike. And like one of the weird ways in which, and I think that maybe some people have who are way out and removed from, like I have a lot of friends who are writers, but I feel like people who are really far removed from that world might have a hard time conceptualizing like that type of work because it's vastly different than what most people do, right? But for the writers, it is a fucking job. You get a show to write for, and Bill Maher tried to frame it like, you know, this is not an industry where you deserve to make a living because you know, everyone's trying to make it in Hollywood and just not everyone can hack it. What he's trying to portray is this idea that the writers are coming out to Hollywood with their passion project and a script that they love and that they, you know, they want to see be made into a movie. That's not what these people are fucking doing. And maybe that's their side project. Maybe that's something they're working on. But these are people who just have regular jobs and their job is to write for TV. And if people are like, oh, I hate everything that's on Netflix or I hate everything that's blah, blah, blah. It's like, these people are just, they're given a job and they have to do it. And sometimes you have to work within the confines of the project you're given. So if you're thinking like, oh, I hate all these shows, they're so poorly written. It's like, they're working with what they've got. This is just their regular fucking job. And they deserve to make a living. They deserve to be able to afford to live where they have to live to do these fucking jobs. And I promise you, you all will hate TV so much more when an AI is writing it. I promise you will not like that more than you like what you're watching right now.
No, that's an absolutely great point. Because I saw a lot of people, you know, I guess who just aren't well informed, or, you know, a lot of right wingers too, obviously, bringing up how, oh, you know, writers want more money. The shows suck. They don't deserve it or whatever, without realizing that, I mean, the shit that writers have to go through just to even like, you know, get what ends up on TV. Like, there are very few cases where like the original vision from the writer is actually what you see on your television screen, or writers if it's a whole writing staff and not just a screenplay or whatever.
And they're trying to cut those too. They're saying, oh, well, if you have AI and you have some writers, then instead of having a 20-person writer's room, you could have like a 5-person writer's room. And hey, that's more efficient. I've heard that from liberals, like quote unquote liberals like Kara Swisher, saying, hey, fuck the writers. Like, if it's easier, then that's a thing on a spreadsheet. But like, again, like Rayyvanna said, these CEOs, like Zaslav, really believes that people would go out and pay like American dollars to see TikTok level content on screen.
Right.
And I love TikTok, but it's a different purpose. Like, I don't go to the movies all the time. I don't watch TikTok or Instagram Reels or YouTube Shorts. I mean, I don't watch YouTube Shorts ever, but like, I don't watch Reels or TikToks all the time, right? But like, when I see a movie, I expect Oppenheimer, or at least the Barbie movie, right? I'm not gonna go with like, okay, here's a big IMAX screen, someone's playing Subway Surfers in the corner, someone's like doing pottery in the other corner, and then like the content is happening, and by the way, it's 5 minutes. Like, the CEOs fundamentally don't understand the work, the effort, the hustle that goes into making content, even and especially in the 21st century. And so that's the whole point of the strike, which, to get back to our like topic, is what Drew Barrymore and Bill Maher, knowingly or not, are undermining.
Right. And I'll just add lastly, not entirely on topic, but for everyone who's complaining about bad TV, they're making that for me. Okay. It's not for you. It's for me. It's for me to sit and binge watch shitty ass shows like Entourage. Terrible show. I love it with my whole heart. I love terrible television. And like, I'll make this comparison, baby. For anyone who's seen a Darman video, if you've ever seen those, the actors in it, they really overact and it's terrible, but that's the instructions they're given. They're supposed to be acting poorly. When you're watching bad television, it might just be because that's the direction the writers have been given. They're still doing their fucking job. And again, it's not for you, it's for me. And they deserve to make a living making the terrible TV shows that I love watching. To be level TV shows.
Last thing I'll say in like reference to my friend Emma, who this is probably our biggest disagreement with, Emma Vigland. She loves reality TV. I could trash it, but like even the reality TV was the answer during the last big strike in Hollywood, and even now the reality TV workers are like, yeah, I'm kind of sick of being exploited for like my emotions by a bunch of like drunk directors and producers who like don't care about my well-being or safety. You've heard a bunch of sexual violence instances, unfortunately, on a lot of these reality TV show sets, and so they're like, no, fuck that, I want rights too. And so if like, I hate purity tests, but like if you want to identify as a leftist or a progressive, whatever any of those terms mean, your workers ride or die. You're with the regular rank and file people, ride or die. And so you got to look at these kind of instances of Drew Barrymore kind of writing the lines. And even Drew Barrymore, there were people who struck outside of her place and tried to walk in as strikers, and they were thrown out by security immediately. Yes. All right. So like, the old classic song, which side are you on? Which side are you on? It's that shit right now. So yeah, solidarity to WGA.
Give us a little bit more of that, Dan. Can you strike up a few more verses?
I only know you'll either be in the union or scab for J.H. Blair or something like that. I just remember J.H. Blair, so I love that shit.
Lovely voice.
I do a music podcast. Yes, thank you. Thanks for the sure, baby. Let's look at this. These are the good mics.
Yeah, I mean, it's even like not to continue on with this topic, but it's clearly an interesting one. But even well, like shows that do well get the budget cuts from the corporations, which in turn affects the writers. And like the best example of modern shows I can think of, because I was also a fan of this show in the early seasons, is The Walking Dead.
Yeah,
it was an insanely popular show for those first couple of seasons, like one of the most popular shows in all of cable TV history.
So popular, it had its own talk show that followed it after every new episode, and people were fucking captivated and tuned in to even watch the hour-long talk show after the hour-long episode.
Right, and that first season is what set it all off. Like, it was a really, really successful first season that kicked off. That the talk show came after that season, I think. I'm pretty sure it started the season after.
Yeah.
But AMC cut their budget so immensely that they had to completely change how season 2 was going to be, to the point where season 2 happens entirely on a farm.
Yeah.
They were not able to actually do what they wanted to do in season 2. And the showrunner left, Greg Darbon. He left. He didn't want anything to do with it anymore. And in turn, actually, one of the actors who was on the show said that he didn't want to be on the show anymore. They made him complete the second season so they could write his character off. The actor who played Doel. But I mean, just to show you that, like, even a completely successful show doesn't even matter when it comes to the need for these companies to just extract as much money out of it as possible. In fact, if you ask me, it's credit to the writers who were able to, with those constraints, still knock out an incredible second season. And, and the show continued to grow from there in terms of popularity.
Right. And like, I guess you know what?
It makes me angry when I think about how that show ended up, honestly.
Right. And I'll just say, like, for everyone who's ever had that feeling of like utter rage at like a show that you really love being canceled, right now, direct all that anger towards the fucking studios and the executives who are the ones making that decision to, you know, cut the budget or completely cancel your favorite fucking show, because they deserve your ire just as much as the striking workers deserve your support.
Right.
Do y'all have any last thoughts? Because while I'm thinking in producer brain right now, Matt, if you want to segue to the other thing, I've seen a lot of people in chat who want to hear my Bill Maher take, and I can make it a minute and then we can move on to something
I want to
else.
hear it.
Okay, cool.
What
do you guys want to... Let's hear the Bill Maher take, but let's... all right, I know what we'll do next. All right, cool. Go ahead.
Word. So, yeah, and not to out Emma, but she's like mentioned this before, and we've talked about this personally, and so I'm going to speak mostly from my experience, though, was that, you know, the media landscape in... you know, before the rise of social media, the big platforms that exist today, like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, you know, the predecessor Vine, which would be a predecessor to TikTok, like even before those existed, it was so difficult to break out of the two-party mechanism if you were consuming media, because all you had was cable TV if you were privileged, and on cable TV you had MSNBC, CNN, and Fox News, and so like Keith Olbermann and Rachel Maddow were your bangers, and then like everyone else, like that's how desperation hockey we were at that time.
Keith
all right?
Olbermann.
Right? We don't even want to start there, but like speaking a little bit personally, I grew up in a household that was very religiously strict. And so to hear Bill Maher from what was in a, you know, post-Iraq war, we don't love neoliberalism. Hi, fire truck, because I live near a fire station. But like listening to Bill Maher in a household that was very conservative and religious was like my rebellion. To watch a documentary like Religulous, which was very smug and kind of gross in retrospect, but like one that's kind of saying, hey, there's this Christian, you know, like WASP supremacy that exists in America. Let's try to combat that or subvert that, or at least expose it to some way. Like, again, like we didn't have YouTube. We didn't have like all these wonderful, robust like community of left of center streamers who you could like agree with on one day, disagree with on another, but like that shit just wasn't there. All right. So at that time, like, I'll be honest, I was the really depressed kid. Like having folks like Bill Maher just speaking in the way they were was helpful for that. It wasn't until I went to I don't mean to be pretentious with this, but like I went to UC Berkeley in Northern California, and my freshman year for the winter graduations, Bill Maher was supposed to speak. And there were a lot of Muslim students on campus who were like, motherfuck this guy, and everyone he came and the train he flew in and the plane he flew in on, right? And I wasn't really like one of those, oh, you're wrong type of things, but I took that as a moment to listen. And it started to help me expose the idea of like, Bill Maher is, in truth, less anti-religious and more anti-Islam, right? Like he hates Christianity. Like he will like crack some jokes about Christianity. But when it comes to it, he has talked about genocide of Muslim countries on his show incredibly casually, with the same type of callousness as he delivers new rules, right? And so that in like the early 2010s was a light bulb moment for me, which is like, okay, listen, you know, you rode this train till the wheels fell off, but ultimately you have to realize, and I think this happens in a lot of cases, I'm not going to create drama here, but like this happens in a lot of cases where you like people and you like what they give you and what they have to present to you, but at a certain point you realize that you've developed on your political journey in a way that the folks who helped you get there have not quite. And so again, I'm not like, I don't want to say like I'm jealous necessarily, because that's definitely not my feeling, but I'm very thankful that there are folks who are coming up in politics right now who, I mean, downside, they have a lot of options to fall into, and it's very easy to fall into like right-wing pipelines, as Matt Bender and Rayyvanna, you so brilliantly talked about in your work, and a lot of other people on the left have. But it's very easy to find not just like left-wing commentators, but it was so hard to find Black left-wing commentators when I was younger. Kimberly Nicole Foster is like an old school YouTuber who was talking about these things occasionally, but also doing like a blog mostly for Black women. But like now you have Foreign Man in a Foreign Land, you have FD Signifier, you have Alurinati, like you have so many other, you have a diverse space of creators who are talking about secular leftism, they're talking about socialism, they're talking about all these things, and they go further than the predecessors. And so I guess in like a grand scheme of things, hard words for me to say, but like I appreciate Bill Maher for how he existed in a past time, but I believe that he's a relic today because he hasn't listened to his audience and caught up with things. And also, because I'm now Dan Hollywood, I know that he just like abuses his comedian. He abuses his writers and like doesn't listen to them. And all the worst jokes you hear on Bill Maher, that he's like, "Come on, you should laugh to that. You should like that," are the ones he wrote. Also, he makes the sex workers he hires come to his really shitty shows. So I'm just gonna throw that out there. But yeah, that's my Bill Maher's coming of age story. He was really important for me, kind of being comfortable with myself as a secular cosmopolitan leftist, but like he has not really helped me on that path since like 2011. So once again, basically, fuck him.
Fuck him.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great way to end talking about Bill Maher. Honestly, I mean, no better way.
Especially because he's a fucking, I mean, not a scab by the right definitions, but like he's breaking a strike right now. So yeah, fuck him, fuck his family. I don't care.
Speaking of a-holes, I think this is a great time to talk about this guy. Now, this clip is making the rounds. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but it's of a businessman who's the founder and CEO of the Gerner Group, named Tim Gerner, who was speaking
friend of the show.
Tim Gerner.
He was speaking at an event, the Financial Review Property Summit, which you could already tell which way this is going. And he got himself into a little bit of trouble on the internet when Financial Review decided to just post this clip from him talking on stage. I guess we should start by listening to this clip first, so everyone who hasn't heard it can hear it. Because I feel like people have strong feelings about this one. Have you guys seen this?
Oh, yeah.
Unfortunately.
Big time. Avocado toast guy.
All right, we'll get to that shortly. Hold on. Now I'm going to share a video for the first time. Let's cross fingers that this works. You have to let me know.
I believe in you.
Let me know that you hear the audio, and then I'll just play it from the beginning again.
Okay.
All right, so here we go. I'm adding it to the thing. Here we go. All right.
We got it. It's good.
And now, hold on, but now you got to make sure you hear the audio. Ready? Let me know if you hear it.
I think the problem that we've had is that we've...
Full screen it.
Perfect. Full screen it. All right. If I full screen it, I won't be able to see you guys anymore, but let's do this, I think. All right, let's... Do you see? Oh wait, here we go. That worked actually.
We're
all
good.
Right, cool. I thought it was gonna take up my whole screen. All right, here we go. From the beginning.
I think the problem that we've had is that we have people decided they didn't really want to work so much anymore through COVID, and that has had a massive issue on productivity. You know, tradies have definitely pulled back on productivity. You know, they have been paid a lot to do not too much in the last few years, and we need to see that change. We need to see unemployment rise. Unemployment has to jump 40–50% in my view. We need to see pain in the economy. We need to remind people that they work for the employer, not the other way around. I mean, there's been a systematic change where employees feel the employer is extremely lucky to have them, as opposed to the other way around. So it's a dynamic that has to change. We've got to kill that attitude, and that has to come through hurting the economy, which is what the whole global, you know, the world is trying to do. The governments around the world are trying to increase unemployment to get that, to some sort of normality. And we're seeing it. I think every employer now is seeing it. I mean, there is definitely massive layoffs going off. People might not be talking about it, but people are definitely laying people off, and we're starting to see less arrogance in the employment market, and that has to continue because that will cascade across the cost.
My God.
Fucking Megamind looking ass. Motherfucking
Quiet part out loud.
Larry the Cucumber, but evil and Australian motherfucker. God.
It is stunning, just like how, it's not stunning that they think this, but it was stunning to see him say it out loud on stage, and also think that it was not going to make its way out of that stage. But it was also interesting to see that it was the actual organization that put this event together was the one who shared it and outed him. I don't think they expected it, because otherwise I doubt they would have put it out there either, honestly.
It is okay. I'll just share a short story. My partner quit their job on Monday, and I mean, they've already been kind of planning on leaving, but they quit because of the way that their boss talked to them on their like morning meeting call. Their boss was like very rude and very demanding and yelling at them for not working over the weekend, unpaid work. And then they quit. And I think that these, employers are so terrified of that, of their workers realizing, they love the idea that so many people are not capable of just up and quitting their jobs financially, but they're scared of the idea that if people are, they will just say, fuck you, I'm not going to take your abuse, and leave their jobs. Because this guy's literally saying, like, employees are not sufficiently grateful to us. They're not sucking up to us enough. And it's like, yeah, of course not. Why do they give a shit, how your dumb fucking company that is, essentially just a legitimized multi-level marketing scam. Like, they don't care how well it performs because they don't see any of the benefits of that the same way you do. But you expect them to like devote their entire lives to your shitty corporation and like choose the company that, again, they do not benefit from if the company does well. You're expecting them to choose that over like enjoying their weekend with their family, or like, have going home at a reasonable hour. It's just fucking gross. And it's particularly gross coming out of his mouth specifically, someone who is like so hard to look at that it's like, that you're not the messenger for this. And like you said, Matt, I don't understand why the summit was the one that posted, like, they literally must hate this guy or just be so far removed from reality that they thought that it sounded good.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense why they put this out there. Now, we should say, and let me pull this up, that this guy, let me share this screen here now, Tim Gurner, who is in the video here, he has put out a statement. He is apologizing, apparently, on his, you better believe it, looks like on his LinkedIn, because, of course, where else would this guy post? Tim Gurner on his LinkedIn says, at the AFR Property Summit this week, I made some remarks about unemployment and productivity in Australia that I deeply regret and were wrong. No, he does not regret it, and no, he doesn't think it's wrong. He regrets it was put out there for the masses. And that's why he's saying this. That's the clear, like you said, Rayyvanna, this is a guy who started the whole avocado toast thing many years ago. He's the guy who first said that line about how, millennials are worried about not being able to afford a home. Maybe they should buy less avocado toast.
Right.
So he continues, there are clearly important conversations to have in this environment of high inflation, pricing pressures on housing, and rentals due to a lack of supply and other cost of living issues. My comments were deeply insensitive to employees, tradies, and families across Australia who are affected by these cost of living pressures and job losses. I want to be clear, I do appreciate that when someone loses their job, it has a profound impact on them. Whoa, hold on, I'm
sorry, but that's like the 180, like That's 180.0 degrees away from exactly what the fuck you just said.
Right.
This is like that opening Bill Maher line where he says, "My show is coming back, unfortunately." He says, "I want to be clear. I do appreciate that when someone loses their job." But then he
I do appreciate that.
Let me be clear.
I
do not like it when people lose their jobs. It is a very sad time, but also fuck them.
Yeah. He says it has a profound impact on them and their families, and sincerely regret that my words do not convey empathy for those in that situation. Yeah, I'm sure.
Who wants to take bets on how likely that was written by the Tim Gurner?
Right, yeah. Crikey, I'm not apologizing to those blokes.
Matt Binder on Australian people. Matt Binder's
Australian people don't say blokes, do they? That's a British thing, isn't it?
As the resident semi-Brit, I'm just gonna shut my ass right now because I don't.
I would not be surprised at all if he used AI to generate that statement. Like it wouldn't.
Dear Chat GPT,
right?
I've been outed as a major a-hole.
He would write dear.
No, or let's ring up the old Chat Gibbet and figure out if they can put some shrimps on the barbie for me, make this go away.
Someone in the chat is comparing it to the Ashton Kutcher Mila Kunis apology video. Like there is the same amount of like actual it is I'm sorry that you found out that I said this. Oops, like you weren't supposed to know that I said this. Now I gotta apologize.
Like the only way this guy could probably be more hated, especially in Australia, I'm sure, being that he focused. I can only imagine what they're doing over there if he because his message is focused on the Australians, even though this went all over the place. But I can only imagine the only way he could have got over worse with these guys is if he was like, employees deserve to be laid off, and also Steve Irwin also deserved what happened to him. Like that's the only way he could be more hated in Australia right now. I'm sure.
I would love his Hassan.
You make that joke.
I would love his Hassan Piker arc where it's like the Australian version of America deserved 9/11 is and Steve Irwin deserved the stingray.
Oh.
And we just TOS'd on Twitch Australia, so we're done.
Right. That gets you banned. This stream has been taken down on YouTube in Australia.
Is it really?
No.
Okay,
It'd be crazy if I knew that.
About to say that would be. I don't know if you guys had experience with Australian.
It's you're not allowed to disrespect the royalty in some countries. That's how
Australia's First Amendment. Yeah, it's Steve Irwin, right? Irwin. This Tim Gurner guy's and I'm making all stingrays across the nation a CEO in every company in Australia. My God, they really and let's be clear, we're dunking on this Tim Gurner guy because obviously he deserves it. But this is exactly what the vast majority of other corporate CEOs think. This is just they don't usually say it this forward and out loud.
Matt, did you catch? Sorry, in our little private personal chat, did you catch the thing from the Frontier CEO? It's a link I sent you. It's just an article.
Oh, is there video? Oh, okay.
Not video, unfortunately. But I'll set it up
on screen though.
Yeah, I'll set up for you a little bit. So in addition to this, usually CEOs are not this. They're brazen behind closed doors, and every once in a while you're listening to this on a quarterly reports meeting that usually it's the financial press that listens to this stuff. So it's not a lot of leftists and not a lot of progressives who really sign up, who will shout this out and go, this sounds bad. But you also just today had the CEO of Frontier Airlines, a budget airline in America, who, as this Yahoo Finance...
Emphasis on the budget. You fly Frontier, you might have to literally fly the plane.
This is the quarter step above Spirit Airlines. This is the Ryanair of America.
Not Ryanair.
Right? Yes, Ryanair. So, yeah, from this Yahoo Finance article reposted from Fortune.
You get airline credits on Frontier Airlines after they successfully bring you to your destination. That's how messed up it is. It's not when a flight gets canceled. They get you there and they go, "We're sorry. Here you go."
They're like, "We're sorry. Our pilot and flight attendants are currently working from home right now, so you won't get any service."
We don't serve alcohol on the plane to anybody but the pilots. So
Right.
No,
Frontier Airlines is proudly BYOB.
I mean, that's how I am on airlines anyways. Whoops. Anyway, so Frontier Airlines CEO thinks that workers got lazy during the pandemic, saying, quote, "Seriously, people are still allowing people to work from home," which is, again, like, people found that work from home was an ability to kind of fight back against this continuing encroachment on the encroachment. Sorry, that's a hard word, that the workplace had on workers' lives. And so by working from home, like, yeah, I'll be honest, like, I am blessed and have a full-time work from home day job. And so sometimes in times like this, like, I might do some work a little bit later because I'm spending time doing this. But like, you have flexibility to just like hop out and be a person, like do some laundry, take care of your kids, or see your family and stuff like that, right? Like, it's a benefit from working from home that, again, not every worker can experience. And so I want to highlight that's a very great privilege that I happen to have and a lot of workers happen to have. But this framework that the CEO of Frontier Airlines and a lot of other CEOs, these are just the dumb ones who happen to say it out loud. But the framework is that, oh, because you get to work from home, that doesn't mean you're working hard. That means you're sleeping and you're lazy and you don't have anything else to do but work. So therefore, if you're working from home and you're not working in this office that I've already paid a 10-year lease on, then you are therefore being lazy and you're time stealing from me. When again, like I said, and the reality is, like, this is one of the rare opportunities, like, unfortunately, COVID was terrible, but like a work benefit that came out of that was that people reevaluated their work-life balances, which is inherently a leftist thing. Because when you do that, you start to realize that the thing that unions fought for, 8 hours of work, 8 hours of leisure, 8 hours of sleep, is, you know, that was a great thing we fought for, but we also won that in the 1930s. And like, productivity has shot through the roof and profits have not. And like, quality of life has also not shot through the roof for us. Like, just because conservatives will say, "Oh, your quality of life is better, you have a microwave."
Right,
like,
right.
I'm not playing on that shit. Let's just like, this is a time.
You can drive your SUV to 5 Below. Your quality of life is fantastic. You're not literally dying of dysentery. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, bitch.
You take your 1990s Mazda and drive 2 hours into the city that you can't afford to live in to work your like minimum wage job. Obviously, you're like living the big life. At least you're not, you know, starving in a third world country, right? Like, this is how these CEOs think. And so their framework is like, again, the Frontier CEOs framework was that we need to start, we as Frontier need to start cutting costs and, you know, cutting spending, because
chairs from our airplanes. You have to bring
right, like, just
folding chair.
Changing how you line up to the gate, all this shit, because we at Frontier are noticing that because of you lazy people aren't traveling as much. And so that hurts our business. When the right analysis of that is to say that people aren't traveling enough, because even though they're working more, even though their work lives are bleeding into their home lives even more, especially if they're working from home, the cost of living has outpaced salaries. It has outpaced wages. That is the fundamental issue that we are waiting for political parties to address. And so until then, people are going to read these CEOs, also like the Garner bloke that we were talking about, as just fucking incompetent and out of touch with what regular people are doing. Like, talk to your secretary. Talk to, even Warren Buffett knew that his secretary was paying more in taxes. Like, I'm not going to defend Warren Buffett, but like, goddamn, am I really like defending Warren Buffett here? Like, walk outside, talk to people, talk to someone who's outside of your class boundary, which most people do in their day. And you'll understand that shit is fucked up. Even if you're making 6 figures in some cities, like, it's really fucked up. And so, yeah, as you can tell, I'm very angry. I will shut up and give space. But these CEOs are, I'll just say this: they go well with some seasoning. I'll just say, let's put some paprika on that. Let's, like rotisserie them a little bit. Let's, I'm not saying eat the rich. I'm just saying forks and knives ready. All right.
Right.
I'm going to say it might be a hot take here, but I sympathize with the Frontier CEO. I think it's time for Frontier's pilots to stop working remotely. They need to get back behind there. They need to go fly the planes.
Right.
Can't have the guy who's first in line continuing to fly that particular plane to get the rest of the customers there. Yeah.
Getting a Microsoft Teams message from your flight attendant asking you if you'd like anything to drink.
Right.
And if you respond with yes, they just say, fuck you.
Right. The customer sitting all the way in the back of the plane is the one who has to just basically push the cart as hard as he can down the aisle. And as it comes speeding past you, just need to really quickly stick your hand out and grab that drink you want. It's time for Frontier's flight attendants and pilots to probably, people. No, obviously. Obviously, that's not what he's talking about, but the scenario was there. I had to indulge in my fantasy. Go ahead, Rayyvanna. You had something to say.
It's, first of all, totally believable with Frontier. I'll say that I'm going to TwitchCon Las Vegas. I'm going to be flying Spirit out there, and I'm fully prepared to have to fly that plane. Like, this is a very real world. Last time I flew Spirit, a couple got drunk at the airport bar. They didn't know each other. They met at the airport bar and then switched seats, and they were right behind me. I was in the second to last row. They were in the last row because I'm a cheap bitch who refuses to pick my seat on an airline. They were making out the whole time, and then he asked her if he could suck her toes. So I'm fully prepared for the worst flight experience of my life coming up here. But no, I'll just say, because Dan, I think you made an excellent point about work from home. And like, this has been a huge disability rights issue that we've been advocating for years. And it really wasn't until COVID that finally we got some movement, because for so long, when in disability rights law, when you ask for a reasonable accommodation, the workplace doesn't have to, if they can show that the costs are like prohibitively expensive, they don't have to provide that accommodation for you, even if it's necessary. So for so many people asking to work from home because they're immunocompromised or because they have various like chronic illnesses that, they might have flare-ups, or like me, I have narcolepsy. So it's like difficult for me to have a 9 to 5 in an office. God forbid I fall fucking asleep at work, or I need to take a nap. I can't obviously do that in the office, so I have to do that from home. Like, we've just been turned down over and over again. But now that these workplaces have mechanisms in place because of COVID for us to be able to, work from home, they can't use that excuse anymore. So we had a massive victory there, and them trying to force us back into the office, they don't have that same excuse now because they can't prove that the cost would be prohibitively expensive. We've been working from home during the pandemic. I mean, of course, it's still ongoing, regardless of what Joe Biden says, especially for those immunocompromised amongst us. But like, we have this like minor victory, and you see like it's just shows when the CEOs say things like this, just another aspect in the ways in which they do not ever consider or give a fuck about their disabled employees, and like view them as lazy and like lower than dirt, which is how they view most of these like employees anyway. But like, just that extra malice being like shown towards the disabled community and people who literally cannot go back to work in person because COVID is still very real. And for some people, if they get sick, they will probably die, and they can't go back in their office and, do, I don't know, customer service or whatever it is, something they can fucking do from home, like, and risk their lives for your corporation for little pay and shitty benefits.
Right. The weird thing too is like remote work existed before COVID. Like we're seeing people act like this is something that was never successfully done by millions of people before. Like all of a sudden, everyone just worked at home remotely for the first time ever, and it was a big failure. No, there's been remote jobs forever, especially in like the tech industry too, which makes it extra crazy when you hear like, Zuckerberg and Musk come out and rail against it when they've been like successfully doing it for many, many years. Right. I mean, The vast majority of executives work remotely. They really do.
Mm-hmm.
When do you guys, like, if you've ever worked in an office, how often would you see the top corporate of the corporate ladder in the actual office? They never come in. They're always traveling, going somewhere, and maybe they're working where they are. It's not a vacation, but they're still traveling and going places while they're, and they work remotely.
One of my least enjoyable jobs was the CEO giving an all hands meeting as he just came back from a African safari, which, in case you can't tell, he's a white guy. And 2 weeks later, there were layoffs. So that's, you're on the money right there, Matt.
I mean, Musk laid off a bunch of Twitter employees, and then he took a private plane to go catch the World Cup in
Qatar.
In Qatar, yeah. I mean,
where they captured that exceptionally unflattering photo of him that circulated the internet for days. So at least we got one positive out of that.
Right. Just really unbelievable. That they, not unbelievable again, but good to see one of these guys go out there and drop it for everyone to hear in public, because that I appreciate.
There was also that woman CEO who held like a Zoom call where she fired a bunch of people all over the Zoom call, and someone had they realized what was going to happen beforehand and they recorded it, and then it was shown that she gave herself millions of dollars in bonuses that year, but she was saying we can't afford to keep these employees on. We have to fire them because times are tough. So I think one of the things that work from home does is it gives people, I think, the ability to just record what their boss is saying so that we can get more insight into like what's going on in these meetings that we otherwise would not be privy to. And then we can like Google, okay, well, how much did the CEO give themselves in bonuses this year? All right, millions of dollars, but they're firing all these fucking employees, pretending that the company can't afford to keep them on, right? Like, so that's, I guess one other benefit of work from home.
Right. Oh, on my Twitch channel, Healing Work says in 2020 and 2021, Meta, Facebook's parent company, kept saying work from home is increasing productivity, and they wanted half their entire workforce to be full-time work from home. Then they magically swapped policies around 6 months ago. Yeah, I remember during the pandemic and, in the months and even maybe a year afterwards, like into 2021, everyone talking about how great it's going. And then all of a sudden, the real estate companies are coming out and talking about how much it's hurting them. And then suddenly everyone changes their mind on work from home.
Every Bloomberg article I see is like, hey, work from home turns out to be, not helping productivity. It turns out work from home is turns out workers are actually happier by working working in an office, by driving in. I mean, like, I'm an Angelino, so like public transport non grata, right? So like driving in an hour to get to your office and then driving back an hour and a half to get home. Like somehow that unpaid lost time somehow makes us happier to go to an office where we have to pretend to be friends with people, to go to happy hours we don't enjoy with overpriced drinks that aren't expensed by the company. Like I think this is why I had a argument, or like I had a dunk moment with some stuff that was happening on leftist debate spaces. Folks might know what we're talking about, but over this past week, where someone from a complete bullshit network of so-called black leftists said that unions were ableist.
As a disabled person, as someone who works with disabled people, as a
Go off, Queen.
I've been like trying to fucking wrap my head around what on God's great earth they were trying. Like, I feel like their implication was disabled people do not work jobs, so like unions don't benefit them, which would be disabled people work. Like, the idea that all disabled people are unable to work is a fucking ableist assumption. But the idea that like disabled people don't benefit from the protections that unions provide employees when disabled people are significantly more likely to be paid less. In many states, it's legal to pay disabled workers less than the minimum wage. Like, the idea that they wouldn't benefit from a union protecting them is just infantilizing disabled people and so fucking ableist. I'm sorry, I'll let you keep going. That tweet, like, ignited a visceral rage inside of me.
I have nothing more to say other than, like, I'm not very quick to assume, like, I think the whole, like, oh, you're CIA, oh, you're Fed, oh, you're an op, like, I think that's a very, like, lazy, I'm not a debate bro, but it's like the closest thing to an ad hominem I will, like, entertain. Like, it's just a lazy sort of thing. Right. But that kind of shit, I'm like, you've got to be working at Langley, my sister. Like, you've got to be like, that's come straight from a briefing somewhere. Like, that is just solely I'm not even going to talk about the particular persons I'm talking about, relationships to private defense contractors through her husband, even though I just did. But I will mention that kind of ridiculous rhetoric, like, I've heard, you know, there are a lot of great folks who have been really paying more attention, even our government has been to COVID-19 and long COVID and the effects of that on different people. And they've said that, like, you know, it's important that during union spaces, we also try to be inclusive to that, to make sure, especially during fall, where, like, everybody and their grandmother's catching COVID, that we try to continue to be judicious about mask wearing and making sure that we have Zoom meetings to make sure that folks who can't necessarily come to these things, like, making things accessible. I totally hear that. But the idea that gains that unions get don't translate to even workers who are not part of the union is, like, that is sabotaging fundamentally to the leftist movement. And so I just got to be like, hey, this is special. Like, this is some special bullshit here. Like, usually I deal with just like, oh, that's dumb, or oh, that's uninformed. But I'm like, oh no, that's a take that's meant to be a wedge issue. Like when Republicans talk about trans thing, it's like, you can get perfectly rational liberals and progressives, again, tap dancing the line here, but, like, you can get people under trans issues to say, like, oh, you know, I agree with trans people. I'm like, I'm okay with them existing, but sports, or like, but right, you know, this thing or the other thing. It's like, it's meant to be a wedge issue specifically to take people who are in political coalition together and create division, create infighting on, not just infighting on who went on whose YouTube show or whatever, it's bullshit, but, like, infighting on policy. And, like, that stuff is, I'm black, like, that is COINTELPRO 101. And so, like, my antennas ring up on that. But again, I don't love using that accusation, but damn, what a dumbass take. I don't know how we got there, but it's like, that's all I got to say.
Yeah, I missed this, so I'm not sure exactly. I think I
thank God, honestly.
I didn't recall hearing about it. I think it was like tweets, but I never saw the actual tweet itself.
I'll say it because I talked about it on my own personal channel, so I don't feel bad. Like, it was I think her name's Sabby from RBN. Yes. Revolutionary,
formerly Fred Hampton leftist, who I got to use
those guys
when I was a TA for property law. We were talking about publicity rights, so I got to use them as, like, a hypothetical for my students that I TA'd about whether or not it was legal under publicity rights. It was
hypothetical, emphasis on pathetic,
right?
Wow, them fighting words, right? I mean, I honestly, I'm at the point now where I would love to, engage with anyone. I love, you all know that I love doing streams and debates with just anybody. But I'm at the point now where, when it comes to the online stuff, I ignore any sort of stuff going my way. I don't even look at mentions on Twitter anymore. It's just not worth it. I tweet and then never look at any reaction to the post whatsoever, because it's just not, it's wastes your time. Right. But I do know that when, like, I do, like, just hit the notification tab, just, like, clear it out. A lot of times it's like their fans that are, like, in my mentions doing, like, the whole, like, look at this rich millionaire streamer lib. It's like, yeah, you know me.
I saw someone respond to, first of all, Matt, I can't believe that you have notifications turned on for everybody. Holy shit.
King shit.
I don't block anybody. There's not a single person blocked on my. I know this is not something everyone can do.
I have 7,000 accounts blocked on my Twitter.
But as a straight white male, I have never found the need to block anyone. I've certainly had people say shit about me. The closest I've gotten is there's been times where people have gone to my Instagram and left gross comments on photos of my children. And that's, to me, where you can say whatever you want about me.
Right.
You could make whatever. People have made Photoshops with me, doing all sorts of stuff to me. I don't care. Do whatever you want to me. But when you do something about my kids, that's when you cross the line. But Instagram allows you to just remove the comments. So I haven't even blocked those people. I just removed their comments. I as a journalist, I feel like if I block someone, I could be missing something that could possibly be newsworthy. So that's probably the main reason I do it. But also, I don't give anybody the satisfaction of knowing they've been blocked by me. You'll never get the blocked by Matt Binder message. You'll never get to me because, frankly, I don't care.
Big same, and I understand that's like male privilege on the internet, but like I also like Twitter has the hide feature, so it's like you don't give your enemies the satisfaction of like, oh, he blocked me. It's just like, dude, tweet to your heart's content. I love that for you. Like, also go seek employment, but like go ahead, keep tweeting at me. I don't care. I don't see it. So like, God bless. But yeah, I haven't used the block feature that much, and I haven't used the hide feature that much more. So I understand that. Right. But I also understand that's an incredibly privileged position.
I do not.
I also... Right, yeah.
I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum.
but to, like,
and God bless you, honestly.
I do want to say that those people, the fans of, what Michael Brooks called the dumb left, the Jimmy Doreites, those people don't do. I'm not talking about those fans when they're not the ones who went to my Instagram and said stuff about my kids. That's usually right wingers and homophobes and anti-trans assholes trying to call me a groomer because I have children. But the Dorites, their thing is that I'm secretly rich, which is very funny.
Love that for you. Congratulations on all your.
I'm sorry. Can I tell? There was a time when we didn't Jimmy Dore's like, he's a comedian leftist. Like we could always tell even the beginning, like he wasn't someone like even Cenk or Anna who like read shit, but like he was like
literate.
I think, again, I was his producer. I think he just purposely chooses not to read things. I know he can read because I've seen him read quotes on screen, and I don't think that's AI because it's not that good yet. To do the fucking jag-off comedian voice. Yeah, I don't think AI is that good yet.
That was good.
But no, he would just purposely, thank you? He would purposely not, pay attention to a lot of things. But, it's fine. Like, you have comedian folks who get the message across to some audiences, and so that's all good. But
right.
I remember, one of my funniest moments, like, hands down funniest, like, oh, this is still a guy, like, we're still chill kind of things, was Jimmy Dore used to drive, the classic, like, mid-2000s Toyota Prius or so. And, he was rocking that. And one time I saw him on the freeway on the way back. And I just like waved him or whatever. One day he pulls up in a BMW SUV with him and his wife. And me and some other folks at TYT are joking with him. Like we literally pointed at him like, look at you in the BMW, you fucking sellout. And he was laughing along with us. And so I say that all to say, Jimmy Dore's been on the come up in a while. Not to dox him, but he lives in a very exclusive, nice neighborhood of Los Angeles that you don't live in unless you got M's. Not thous, not Hondos. You got M's in your bank account, all right? That's where he's up in the hills. So, like, the idea that any Jimmy Dore fan is calling other folks like, oh, you're a millionaire, therefore bad, or like doing the Hassan Piker socialism is when no house type of thing. Like, it's very rich, but it also shows like Jimmy Dore's, I like to think that everyone on the left, like their audience begets the type of commentary they have. So like Matt Bender and Ray, and I like to think myself, like we think about things in a very policy, constructive level. And so our audience is also thoughtful and introspective. But when you have an audience like Jimmy or like anyone who they mimic the host, you're not going to get that kind of nuance, to put it lightly. And so, yeah, you're going to get situations where somehow Matt Bender's I'm laughing even as I say this because I know somehow Matt Bender's the millionaire. Somehow Matt Bender's crashing the Mashable.
Matt Billionaire, you called me. You called me Matt Billionaire. You slipped.
When we say eat the rich, we mean Matt Bender.
Right. I mean, listen, I wish I was secretly rich. I mean, I stream at night because I have a day job. I'm lucky enough where my day job is also in the news industry. But this is what I do. I mean, I live in an apartment in New York City, in Queens, because I can't afford, any other borough. I got 2 kids. And we are a 1-income household. I'm the breadwinner because we need someone to watch the kids when they're home from school or when there's no school. And childcare costs so much that it doesn't even make sense for my partner to work. It makes more sense for her to just not, because it would be pointless for her to work. The entirety of her salary would just be going to a childcare provider when she could just be spending more time with her children. Right. It's like the idea that I'd be rich is hilarious, but they usually bring it up to knock the leftist bona fides of somebody, which is hilarious because listen, at 37 years old, I don't care if someone thinks I'm a leftist or not. The label does not mean it literally would be the equivalent of like a Gen Z person coming up to me on the street and they look at me and they go, "You're a poser." I don't care. I don't care what you think. Why would I care what you think? Just like, why would I care what some Jimmy Dore I would consider me not left? Fine. I'm a libtard or a shit lib. Okay, I'm
libtard.
I'll make little pins and I'll sell them. Matt Bender, the shit lib. I'm fine. That's cool.
Listen, Matt, you can try to lie to us, but I googled Matt Bender net worth, and a website did come up with a net worth of $500,000 of you.
What?
So, please.
No way.
Okay, and it made me think of it because Sam Cedar posted something about, I don't know, but he was responding to someone who was talking shit about him. And I saw one of the because I replied to it. I saw one of the comments below. It was like a screenshot of one of those fake fucking net worth. And it was like Sam Cedar's net worth is $1 to $5 million. And it just makes me laugh that anyone thinks those are real. They don't have any basis for deciding those numbers. Anyone can just make a website that's like net worth, marriage status,
I will say though that the ratio there between their fake numbers for Sam and their fake numbers for me is even off, because they're only saying I make 500,000. I'm only worth Sam's only worth double than me. He definitely has more than double the amount of my money.
Them who's the caboose checks?
I mean, I will say though, he's told this story on air before. He was lucky enough to come up as a comedy writer during the age where the networks were throwing money around. So there was a time where he tells the story about how there was a time in the 90s where he was actually making a lot of money. That's how he's told it. That's how he was able to afford his upstate home, like the one place that he actually owns. I don't know, and that's basically how he was able to do it, because he was lucky enough to come up during that time. That time doesn't exist anymore. That TV money is not being thrown around for young comedy writers anymore.
That was the same TV money that, created kind of our podcaster verse, because that's how you get Joe Rogan, because he was on news radio back in the day. And they were just like, okay, yeah, you're a random comedian from the Northeast. Yeah, totally. We'll give you a show. Not only we'll give you a show, because that happens to some extent if you transplant your way into Hollywood and live in an overpriced apartment across from Sunset Bronson, which is where Netflix's studios are. And maybe you weasel your way into getting a comedy special. Even then, that's not the same money, especially on residuals, that you're making compared to what was happening in the 90s. That was a totally different game. don't hate the player, hate the game. Like, I love that for Sam. But even still, like, that was, again, not to be mean to Sam, but like, dog, that was 20 years ago. Like, money don't last that long.
I would
right?
like
No, it doesn't. Yeah, and he did the smart thing with it. He did the smart thing with it. He invested it properly. I mean, if I all of a sudden won the lotto, like an amount that like, obviously any amount for me would be life changing, but an amount that like wouldn't make me like fuck you money rich. Like, let's say I win like $1 million, and then after taxes, obviously whatever. I would,
it's like Fantasy 5, Daily 3, not Mega Millions.
Right.
Yeah, I would absolutely like just buy like because still can't afford anything in New York City, but I would like buy an upstate like a small like 2-3 bedroom house. That's the smart thing to do, and then continue to work. Your life doesn't change. You just have something to like fall back on when you want to retire, somewhere to live or something.
I do want to dispute something I read in the chat. Shout out Dog on the Roof. Said my net worth is $10 billion. I'm actually worth $11 billion. So you were just a little off. But try not to like I know you're pocket watching.
You're a lawyer,
but,
right?
Right, exactly. Super fucking wealthy public interest attorney.
Listen, that's how they start. We're going to start seeing the ads. Rayyvanna and Schultz or something.
It would be crazy if I used the name Rayyvanna for anything I did legally.
Also, there is another person in your firm named Rayyvanna, because I said Rayyvanna and Rayyvanna.
Two people who have no last name. We're just
R&R Associates.
Is Rayyvanna not your name?
We've talked about this. No, it's
I
not.
don't think we have. Is that even your first name, or like a nickname that like is part of your name? Your name has nothing to do with Rayyvanna?
No, and we had this conversation, and I remember you asked me that exact question.
Really?
One of the times I was on Doomed, but no, it's from a Dungeons and Dragons name generator.
Oh, I think I remember that. Right. Yeah. Okay. All right. Wow. Damn.
Yeah.
See, what about you, Dan? Is Dan your name?
Your real name? It's so exotic.
It was funny. I was interning at TYT, and I had just accepted that, like, I mean, I've had like a YouTube channel that I wasn't paying attention to at the time, arguably still don't. But like, I was, I just went by Dan from the internet on there because I happened to get most of the accounts right, and so. It wasn't until like, no, Jank and Anna would not refer to me by my surname that I would love for people to not know, or at least have to Google harder. But like, yeah, Dan from like Jank and Anna and John would just refer to me on camera or off camera as Dan from the internet. And so I became part of TYT lore that way. I stuck with that. And I'm like, yeah, that's the right place to be. But yeah, I got lucky with getting a very generic name. If you Google my first name and my last name, like, you will get tennis players and former Congress people before you will find me, which like other people will be like, oh, I wish I had better SEO. I wish more people could find me. But y'all understand in the politics world is you're like, maybe, nah.
I was just thinking about it. Like, Jank is my boss. There is a 0% chance he knows what my actual name is. Like, thinking of like, I don't think anyone
if you get paid, you get paid, I assume, right?
The people in the back end definitely know what my real name is, but like, I've known JR now for like 3 years, and we've become like pretty good friends. And he asked me like 2 days ago if my actual name was Rayyvanna, and I was like, this is like crazy to me that I don't know. I almost, at this point in my life, I get nervous when people call me my actual name, because I'm like, oh no, someone's gonna hear it, but it's just like me and my friends hanging out, and I'm like, oh, it's not a fucking issue here. But for everyone asking, I see in the chat, I'm not gonna tell you my actual name. I'm a very private person, and you don't get to know that. Also, there's some we were talking earlier about like blocking people on Twitter. I mentioned I've got like 7,000 people blocked, and there's some comments I'm seeing out of the corner of my eye that are the reason I block people. Like, even here, these people have like dug their little claws in, and like they're making really weird comments. Love being a woman on the internet.
Right. Don't tell them your name. No reason to do that. Listen, sometimes I think like, wow, maybe I should like, what made me think to just go by my real name? Why did I? Especially especially when I was like, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to specifically report on right-wing reactionaries, the absolute biggest weirdos on the internet, and the Gamergate freaks. And I'm going to go by my real name.
I don't know how much chat interaction you do, but I love comments. So
we read
also
every single super chat on this show.
I always love awesome, because I first of all, I always love
you don't. I saw Rayyvanna's eyebrows go up. You do not have to stay for that if you don't want to.
No, it's fine.
No, it's not.
It wasn't
I've done this
that. It was something I read on the corner of my eye.
Okay, because I said we read all super chats, and you went like. But when the whole Leftist Mafia crew is here, though, we'll get like close to like 200 super chats, and sometimes we do like 4 hours plus.
That's not, Matt Billionaire. Okay,
no, but it's not for me. And the super chats are usually like $2.
They call me
like
Super Chat Sanchez,
like
baby. Let's go.
And when you split it between like 4 people, 5 people, it's not anything crazy. But you could see the super chats are the ones that are in that starred spot right there. It automatically stars the super chats. So we'll get to them in a few minutes.
No, you're hosting, dude. You go.
No, what were you gonna say? What were you gonna say?
I was gonna start reading super chats, but you're hosting, dude. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah, if you want to get to it now, because I don't think I had a few other videos, but it's already 10:30. We've been live for about 2 hours.
There was
now.
a Crowder video though you mentioned. I do
have a Crowder video. You want to do it?
Yeah.
All right. So
let's run that.
This is from Brendan over at Media Matters for America. He pulled it up. I've seen people talk about it. I have not watched it yet, but it is making the rounds. Steven Crowder is apparently still whining about no-fault divorce. Because, of course,
no reason.
His wife sought recently a no-fault divorce.
Good for her.
Good for her. I mean, once you saw that
it's definitely someone's fault. But like,
oh yeah, like if you watch that video, you definitely know that he there is a fault there. Absolutely. So let's pull this video up. All right, cool. Let's do this. This is Steven Crowder on a recent episode of his show from just this week, crying about no-fault divorce.
It's not that you're missing something, it's that there's more out there.
Well, you're going to have your own money, especially if you get divorced. Because now it's your money.
Oh. Yeah.
Isn't that wonderful? There's an incentive for women to leave in California, states like that, right? With no fault. Something you guys may not know about no-fault divorce, I don't know if you know this. It was pushed by Hugh Hefner in the pornography industry, Dr. Kinsey, because they didn't want men to be punished for cheating. Back in the day, before no fault, if a man cheated, he still had to give up half. If a man abused a woman, he had to give up half. If that didn't happen, it was considered abandonment. So the fault was either infidelity, abuse, or abandonment. Then they said, let's do no fault. So that way men are not going to be corralled. They're not going to have to limit their natural sexual proclivities. And then feminism also merged with it. And it was, oh, no, hold on a second. It's always the fault of the primary earner. A lot of people don't realize this. No fault was pushed by people who wanted men to be able to cheat fault-free. There was always a fault. Cheating, abuse, or abandonment. Pick one. But it's women like Radikowski. I hope that I'm saying that right.
He picked all of them.
Ratatouille.
I love when she cooks under the hat.
She hasn't cooked, dude. Come on.
Oh, damn, we made the same joke.
That's what
I feel
gross
bad.
women do.
Yeah, that's what married women in their 30s do.
I have my Uber Eats. Ooh, the delivery driver was foreign, but it's okay. So
I'm 90% sure.
I'm sorry, can you pause it?
Fire Festival as well. She was one of the models that actually puts that.
I just want to say that it's very rich for Steven Crowder to even be making an Uber Eats joke, considering he restricted his wife from owning a separate car from him.
Right.
That's just wild.
Right. Let's finish this clip though, and then we'll jump more onto what else they've been saying.
That push that stuff. Do you remember that?
Oh yeah, that's right. Oh, good for her.
So no accountability either.
No, not at all.
But Radikowski is the kind of person who, unfortunately, with the lie, has the ear of young women.
Oh my God. I mean, so he's but this is his hold on. I'm trying to make sense. Maybe I'm not catching something, but I'm trying to make sense of what he's claiming here. So he's saying that no fault divorce came about because men wanted to cheat on their wives, and that would be a fault, right? That's, but that doesn't, what does that even mean? Doesn't even make any sense. His argument doesn't make any sense.
This is women be shopping. This is just the argument.
Literally.
Like, if the issue, if his roundabout way of arguing that, what he's trying to do, he's trying to make no fault sound evil, because he's trying to make no fault divorce sound like it's anti-women, because it's look, Hugh Hefner was supportive of it. He's Mr. Pornography.
I'm sorry, but you missed like a little tell. I don't know if you missed it, but like there's a little tell that I definitely caught when Steven Crowder was saying it was something along the lines of, they're men's natural sexual proclivities, as though like this was created because, hey, come on, guys, we love fucking, right? Like, as though women are like, I am saving myself for me. As like in Steven Crowder's mind, it's like women are NPCs who are just waiting for horn dogs to like come and court them, as though like women don't have, or anyone, gender non-binary, whatever, if people don't have sexualities or even non-sexualities to themselves, like it's a very, as often happens with Steven Crowder, he's like telling on himself as he's supposedly giving commentary.
It was also really funny to hear him list out 3 things he did to his wife. Number 1, abuse. We all saw that on camera. Number 2, he cheated on her with multiple women he claimed were makeup artists for his show. They were not. And then 3, he literally moved out of the house and left her there alone with the kids and just declined to take care of them at all. Abandoned her. Like, you did all of the things in a fault divorce. Like, what are you actually complaining about?
Siri, play Man of the Year by Schoolboy Q.
Even if we still lived in a fault divorce, society, your wife would be able to leave you, dude. She would still be able to fucking leave you, bro. Like, he's just, and it's the thing is, like, he's only angry because it like became very like a very public thing that his wife left him, because otherwise I just don't understand what his gripe is. He obviously didn't love the woman. And like, what is
his whole shtick in his early career? Like, there's a bunch of articles on Fox News's website. His whole shtick was the married guy, Mr. Married. If you're not married, there's something wrong with you.
He wrote an article also about how both him and his wife were waiting until marriage to have sex, and that was like a whole thing, which why?
That Mickey Mouse meme where he's like going to the camera and going, remember kids, this will be important later.
Oh boy, huh? Oh my God. Steven Crowder, the gift that keeps on giving, really. I mean, I could listen to him cry about his divorce all day.
I wish Texas went as hard as Georgia, where like, yeah, no, we allow cameras in the courtrooms. Actually, we televise them bitches. Like, it is on the one hand kind of beneath me to do like court TV coverage. Like, one of my least favorite things, transparently, to do at TYT was when we were covering impeachment hearings. So I'm just like,
yeah,
we know the beginning and middle and end of this. That being said, I would eat all of my words and then some if we were going to publicize the Steven Crowder. Not because I want to. I mean, I kind of half take that back, because I don't want to make Steven Crowder's wife, who is a private person, and her kids like go through any more public scrutiny. Yeah. But anything that gives me like content for Steven Crowder, like giving more of the L's that he already has, but like showing the kind of person he is, especially like truly in contrast to not only the supposed values that he supposedly like lives with, but how he judges people, how he has created his own content empire, which is probably going to be cut in half due to the no fault divorce rules. But he's created his own content empire based on attacking people and criticizing people for their moral codes, for their guidelines, for their faults. I'm like, sorry, buddy, don't hate the player, hate the game.
I mean, he's like an exceptionally homophobic man who has publicly admitted that he struggled with bisexuality in college. Like, it's like things like that are so infuriating about fucking Steven Crowder. Also, I know a lot of people, in the industry. he's been cheating on his wife quite a bit for quite some time with a wide variety of folks. Like,
really
is what I've heard. Like, so I mean, for him to like be on his like moral high horse, I can't stand the guy. I fucking can't. I actively wish for horrible things to happen to that guy. He deserves everything.
In the words of Alex Jones, politically.
I will say, Dan, you did put into my head this like Mickey Mouse type Steven Crowder character who presents himself as moral and good like Mickey Mouse does, but he's also like secretly like fucking Daisy on the side and
different universe, just like
it's like, yeah, it's I don't know if I can do
fuck that Minnie Mouse bitch. She don't even put out. Now Daisy, let me tell you something about Daisy.
Kids, make sure you wait till marriage, kids. Now Daisy, get your little fucking duck ass in here. Minnie's out with Clarabelle.
Most cancelable episode of Leftist Mafia.
God damn it, we should have gotten married at the Disneyland in Anaheim because the California's a fucking no-fault divorce state. Now I'm stuck with this mini bitch for my life. I'm not gonna give that rat bitch the fucking half of my wealth.
Not that
Goofy, Goofy, get in here and take your sack tap right now.
Sack taps for all, Yeah. Matt, I will say, and I will echo what a lot of folks have said in chat, but your Mickey Mouse is like devilishly good. Like, it's very good.
Yeah, I think it's the one impression I do good because my kids.
Oh, don't do
I watch a lot of Mickey Mouse. I do a lot of Mickey Mouse. We watch a lot of
Matt,
Mickey
you are
Mouse.
not allowed to be that wholesome after the debauchery that has just occurred.
Right. Talking about Daisy bringing her duck ass over here and then being like, yeah, I do this for my kids.
No, not that version. Right. I do a Mickey Mouse impression. Yes.
Matt Bender says Wu-Tang's for the children.
Wu-Tang's for the kids.
Oh man, listen, I guess I just ruined any chance I ever might have had to voice a Disney character, right?
Well, that's one note in the file. Let's put that.
Right. Minnie, I love this dress in your closet. That's my Steven Crowder.
I've already seen too many like Rule 34 Disney things. I'm very happy to move on to super chats now.
Right. And cleanse the palate.
If I could, no, sorry. Go ahead, Matt. You're hosting.
No, let's read the super chats. Let's do it. If you, at any point you guys decide to leave, or if you need to leave, feel free.
I'm on the West Coast, so I have the most gas of all of y'all, honestly.
Oh, this is from this isn't a super chat, but the last disciple, Goofy gets a sack tap. Gorsh.
Jail.
Donald gets a sack tap.
I'm gonna perform a post-birth abortion on myself right now.
I agree for abolition, except for all y'all. No.
Yeah, you motherfuckers need to go to prison.
Not prison, but like at least holding.
Right. We gotta remove you from society one way or another.
A couple of comments. Loving Rayyvanna, of course. Pinkerbell asks, Rayyvanna, what are you drinking? Looks tasty.
I did answer that.
Hold on, let me pull it up. Hold on, let's start at the beginning. I could roll back, but let's go with this one. There you go.
I am drinking a seltzer, strawberry seltzer with cut up strawberries inside because it enhances the flavor, because I bought strawberries and had not eaten them yet. So there you go.
Oh, this is usually we go in order. I'll go back to the beginning in a second, but I want to throw this one up here so we can get an answer. Awesome Possum with a super chat. How do I send to Rayyvanna money?
Awesome Possum, that is so sweet of you. If you head over to my Twitch channel, I have a donation link. It's twitch.tv/Rayyvanna. You can send me money there. Otherwise, my Cash App is just Rayyvanna.
How many Y's? How many N's? I always screw that up.
They spelled it right there. Someone made a chat about how people have been butchering my name, which is fine. It's not a real name anyway, so it's okay.
All right, so I'm gonna scroll back to the beginning.
Okay.
If you left the super chat for David's channel or Mike's channel, I will read them because I will see them here. I don't know if it was for Mike or David. But also you should feel bad for giving them money when they're not here. That money should have went to me or to Dan or to Rayyvanna. Okay?
I'm going to go to the
there
bathroom really quick. But be back.
Okay, sure. Yeah, go ahead. We'll just all sit here and wait for Rayyvanna to return.
Hold music.
No, I'm joking. We're gonna keep. That would be awkward. That was a joke, everybody. We're going to keep going, so it's not
Time to pay the bills. This episode of Leftist Mafia is brought to you by Raytheon Technologies. Raytheon Technologies. I'm kidding.
All right, let's go to we on the Majority Report earlier today, we had an RFK Jr. impersonator call in saying how Coffee, it was really good too. He usually calls into my stream, Doomed, and he called in because I was hosting it, and he's this guy Bob Cormody. He's a very good impressionist, especially as RFK Jr. And he was going on about how coffee actually is spreading COVID. That's drinking coffee is how. But if you put enough sugar in there, you can kill the COVID. So at the end of that, I looked directly at the camera and I said, this is all obviously fake, YouTube. This is a joke segment. COVID cannot be cured by sugar. It is not caused by coffee. But at the end of RFK Jr.'s call, I looked directly at the camera and I said, folks, this segment was brought to you by justcoffee.coop. Check out the Majority Report blend and use coupon code majority. Anyway, Scott with a $10 super chat. Greetings, Mafia crew. Random question. If I was to draw another fan art of all of you as some sort of superhero / I have no idea what that is. Mahu Shujo? Is that an anime thing? What kind would you all like to be? Matt, I know you'd be a WWE wrestler, LOL. I'm assuming because this chat is so early in the feed, this is before they knew that I would be the only Leftist Mafia person sitting here to answer this question. So you're going to have to ask this question when they come back next week, Scott. But while you asked it, we might as well ask Dan and Rayyvanna, if you could be a superhero, which superhero would you be?
Ray? I think you're muted.
Oh, you're muted, yeah.
I'm muted. Unfortunately, I'm not super into superhero movies. I am a big anime fan.
So what anime character would you be?
What anime character would I be?
Yeah.
I'm a licensed
Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z. Piccolo from Dragon Ball Z.
Crazy answer. My favorite anime is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, and there was a character in that anime who is a woman and a mechanic, and I am a woman and a mechanic, so maybe I would be her. I like her.
There you go. I see. The only anime I know is Dragon Ball Z. As you can see, I would have probably thrown out like Vegeta or something like that. I also watched. What's the one that everyone says is very has like Nazi imagery? Oh, Attack on Titan. I didn't watch all of that though, but the first couple of episodes I did see. I enjoyed.
Marjorie Taylor Greene anime. Yeah.
Yeah.
I would, again, I'm not the biggest superhero person, but John Adirola and I would often get into this argument, and mostly the troll, I would just randomly say Killmonger 2020 during random moments of our meetings back in that day. So yeah, go ahead and make me Marvel's Killmonger from the Black Panther movies.
Damn, all right, cool.
Man made points. He made points, all right? I'm not going to say he was right, but he made points. Like any good villain should.
And if you're gonna make me
there in the
wrestler,
first half,
if you're gonna make me a WWE wrestler, I guess make me CM Punk, obviously. Tyler, this is not for me. But Tyler Hackner I think is also a member on mine, but this one's not. I haven't had my memberships turned on for 8 months to be.
Everyone knows Tyler. Tyler's
awesome,
ubiquitous.
Oh really? He's all across the streams, right? There we go.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Hell yeah.
Thank you, Tyler. Look at that. The love just for giving money to a Leftist Mafia member who's not here. Kowalski with a super chat. My man, Dan. Kowalski's another one.
Yeah, I hear Kowalski all the time on Majority Report. You're one of my favorites. I don't think we ever interacted that much, but thanks for recognizing me. Shout out to you.
See, that's why it is obvious to anyone who knows the leftist media space that if you're a leftist streamer, it is impossible for you to be rich because the 10 same people watch every single show. And that's the entirety of the audience.
I'm sorry, I didn't mention it earlier, but who did the intro for the show? Because it's fucking good.
Mike of Humanist Report. He put it together. Yeah.
It's fantastic.
With what time?
Right. Like that busiest man in leftist media. My God.
He said he loves editing. Listen, I went to school and focused on editing. I went to film school. My focus was editing because I felt it was the only thing that you could actually learn. Like, I don't feel like it felt like going to school to learn to be a director made no sense. You learn that while directing movies. You can't be taught that. So I spent my years doing editing. I was an editor professionally for a very long time. I fucking hate editing. I don't want to touch it anymore for the rest of my life. It's to the detriment of my channel. So the idea that someone enjoys editing is baffling to me, but apparently he enjoys it.
To be fair, Matt Bender, you going to school for editing, that definitely makes you a millionaire for sure.
Right.
Yeah,
that's
definitely.
super wealthy. Super
that's
wealthy.
the
thing is too, like, I'm actually good at it. And I was doing I don't know if you guys remember that website Cafe. It was like a political comedy website. It's where the Chapo guys started. I was an editor there, and I was doing like social media videos, like using like doing After Effects stuff and things like that. And I fucking just, it was fun to do, but like just doing it every day for a couple of years. And I was just like, I don't want to edit anymore. I just can't take it. It just drives me wild.
I'm like applying for editing jobs right now. And like every time I'm like sending in the application, I'm like, is this really what I want to do for the rest of my life? Like I have to edit every day for my job now. I fucking hate it. So I'm like, am I really trying to pursue this as a career? But okay. Every time I open After Effects, a part of me dies.
Yeah. It's weird. I mean, I guess there's people who enjoy it. I don't know. I like doing it.
I will say
I liked doing it. I guess I just did it so much that I turned against it. I don't know. I feel like once you do something for a long time, you could just, it just becomes like I don't know, monotonous, I guess.
Yeah, I will say this, partially as a shameless plug, but partially this is a group of people who understand my struggle, is that I don't love editing my shows because Power Report, Audio Face, it's pretty much the same thing every single time. I'm just cutting clips and picking moments. It's not like that brain challenging. But I do these like, mini documentaries like a lot of YouTubers do, like long form pieces. Those are actually called Dan from the Internet. And those I love because it's like I'm outside, I'm shooting stuff with my upcoming one is a little bit about Elon Musk and a little bit about climate change and a little bit about electric cars. So I've gotten some really good car footage. If all things go well, Hassan's Porsche makes a cameo in it. So like there's fun. I still do like editing, but not when I'm doing monotonous things, like which are unfortunately like, not that I like my shows. I like the shows we all do. But when you host it and when you've thought about it and you've produced it and then you're editing it, it's just watching yourself, which all people hate, but like for the fourth time in a row.
Right.
So like,
yes. No, that's exactly it. Yeah.
There is something grating about like, because I have to edit my Rebel HQ videos every day. Like when I move them into the Premiere Pro and I have to like cut it over and over again and try to get the sound bite exactly right and like edit out the breath. So I'm just like, if I have to hear my voice again anytime in the near future, I will do a post-birth abortion on myself. Like I cannot fucking listen to myself talk. I don't know how you all do it. Thank you all. I got over 1 million.
Well, they're not you. They're not you. That's the thing. All right, let's go back to the super chats here. Wanda with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Wanda. This is for holding down Leftist Mafia and Majority Report on the same day. Last man standing on Leftist Mafia. No excuses for David. The others get a pass. Right. Yeah, there's an ongoing thing on this show where I constantly knock David Doel of Rational National for having a racist audience. just for the hell of it, no real reason, honestly. just because
some light smearing.
I rag on him for being like the secret right winger of the group, because he looks like he could easily make that transition if he wanted to. He has the looks.
Yeah, I could definitely see him as like a InfoWars influencer. Like
he's a clean cut, good looking guy, which means he could easily make the
right. Fox News guest host appearance coming soon.
Right. Wanda with another $20 super chat. This is not the same one. Jeez. This is a whole new ass chat. Also, I am celebrating paying off my mortgage this week. I know I am fortunate to do this as a boomer, but I am working this point forward to support the generations coming after me. Wanda, I love it. Congratulations. Listen, there are good boomers. We don't generalize. Well, when we talk about boomers, obviously we generalize, but we know there are good boomers out there.
And you're one of them.
You are one of them, right? Yeah.
Congrats. That's really like a huge life achievement that I would love to have at one point.
Yeah. I mean, but honestly though, like honestly, post 2020, my view of boomers overall has actually changed. Because they are actually not again, they probably might be the most, lucky and privileged when it comes to, money and wealth. Again, not saying that they're rich. All of them are rich, but they're, as a whole, they're in a better place than the generations after them. But in 2020, they came out and, they voted against Trump. Obviously not all boomers. I think the vast majority of the majority still went Republican, but enough boomers crossed over that it made the difference. It wasn't the usual disparity. That it's now actually Gen X. Gen X seems to be the most conservative generation now. You could just see it in the school board craziness. The conspiracy theorists are all in Gen X now, the right-wing conspiracy theorists. The anti-trans, anti-Black Lives Matter stuff, it's almost all coming from Gen X, activists, especially. Not saying boomers aren't part of it too, but this like new breed of,
or Zoomers,
like,
for that matter,
right-wing influencers seem to be Gen Xers.
A lot of lead poisoning shout outs in the chat right now because of that. The first generation of people who've never inhaled lead in the ambient air becoming adults. Myself included.
Right. Yeah.
I live in LA. It's real smoggy out here. I wouldn't put me out of the woods yet, but
Bay Photo with a super chat. Binder Corleone. My co-host is sleeping with the fishes. Oh, that's a little bit Jewish there, actually. This is the Jewish mafia, okay? My co-host is sleeping with the fishes.
Yeah, I'm not touching that one.
Hey, I'm an Ashkenazi Jew. I can do that. Yeah. Someone pointed out actually earlier when I said how I'm like, I'm very privileged because I'm a straight white male. Someone pointed out, white to some people. That always happens to me when I'm doing right-wing shows or debates. I'll never forget on Tim Pool's show when I went on. He asked me what my ethnicity was, and he even said, "Is it okay if I ask?" And I was like, "I don't care." I knew it was going to happen. Not from Tim, but I knew how his audience or a portion of his audience was going to react, but I didn't care. And I was like, "Yeah, I'm white." And then there was like craziness in the chat who didn't believe me because I guess I'm like I have a slightly, olive complexion or whatever. My complete background is I'm Italian, English, and Prussian, and Ashkenazi Jew. And they looked me up, and I guess they found out that I previously had mentioned my Jewish background, and the chat exploded with, "He's lying! He's not white! He's a Jew!" Yeah.
Tim Pool's very not anti-Semitic audience.
Right.
Right.
He didn't say that, to be clear, but the audience that enjoys Tim Pool, a portion of them felt like that was, important to point out.
And before people say that's unfair, like it was a point I was making earlier. You as a host set the tone for your audience, whether you know it or not. So like my audience, I love them. Sometimes they get snippy in the way I do, and like I love that. But it's a responsibility to make sure you're not like flying off the handle in that way, so someone could misconstrue what you're doing as a form of bigotry.
Right.
Tim, not so much. He's not doing that.
Renee with a super chat in Chilean. It's Chilean pesos, right? That's what it's called. Mar was great as a dork on Body Double. What was Body? I don't know. I'm out of the loop here.
I want to say it was like a 1980s film, like a B movie. He also did like a Taxi Driver. Like, yeah, Bill Maher had like the not Sam Cedar thing where he just got in at the time where there was starting to be some stupid money in TV, and he got to earn movies at least, and he got to be in some shows like that. But
I think this also might be a joke. I'm not sure because I just looked up the movie.
Oh, totally is.
And Bill Maher is nowhere to be found. I'm
Fair.
just not getting this joke. Yep. Renee with no, that was Renee's chat. Let's see. Boston based with a super chat. Who's worse on trans issues, Bill Maher or Anna Kay? Oh, no.
None of the
Rayyvanna, do you gotta leave? You gotta
no, I mean, I've obviously been like I'm a queer person. I've been a very vocal supporter of the trans community, and I feel like everyone obviously knows that I don't support what Anna has been saying about trans people.
I was just pointing out that at this point, this conversation seems everyone knows the thing. We don't got to keep bringing it up. I think it's clear that Bill Maher is easily worse because he's more harmful. Anna Kasparian, while her views on certain things have been bad, in the grand scheme of things, I don't think she's anywhere near Bill Maher, even on trans issues. And
Bill Maher did like a whole episode where he was sitting there like, trans kids are just a fad, right? I feel like I remember watching that and this like the feeling of disgust swelling up in my stomach about that.
Yeah, I'm both good.
I was gonna say, even if you view Bill Maher and Anna Kasparian on the same level when it comes to trans issues, even if you do that, and I think that's wrong. I'm not saying that doesn't mean Anna Kasparian is good on trans issues. That's how bad Bill Maher is. Even if you hold them at the same level, just by the platform they have. Like, I feel like in this bubble, we often give people much more notoriety than they actually have. In the big scheme of things, you ask Joe Schmo on the streets if they know who Anna Kasparian is, they got no idea. If you ask them who Bill Maher is, it's a good chance they know. So Bill Maher, easily worse and more harmful, it's not even close, on numerous different, looking at numerous different attributes here, I should say. So yeah. I know this question was probably made to cause a little bit of trouble, but
I, given my Bill Maher history, given my working closely with Anna Kasparian history, this sounds like a cop-out, and I've been very vocal on how I don't like the transphobic comments that Jenk and Anna have made recently. But I'll just say, like, I have not paid attention as much to Bill Maher's comments because I just find him unwatchable to be able to like make a logical assessment, right? Like, I don't mean to be as a cop out. I just like I understand what Matt is saying is like who has the audience to do more damage. And yeah, I think like Bill Maher's like no contest. Joe Rogan is like no contest, right? But as far as who's worse on the issues, I haven't. Every time Anna says something about trans people, I'm like, oh, this is really weird for me as a person. So like I will address it when it has to be addressed, but you have to understand it's a very weird position for me to be in. But I will admit that that's a weird bias that I have and admit that openly so that that's clear. But yeah, it's not
I don't have any bias. In fact, it still befuddles me to this day. Never been invited on a single TYT show in the 12 plus years I've been doing this. Even working at the Majority Report for 5 years. But that aside, Anna Kasparian
I will say
nowhere near Bill Maher. It's a loaded question, and
I will say
that this show, Leftist Mafia specifically, went hard at her to the point where it became a whole thing on its own of there being some sort of feud between Anna and this show. Specifically, Ole, who we love on this show. She is not a regular on the show anymore, but Ole is still part of the Leftist Mafia familia.
Leftist Mafia cinematic universe.
I'm happy to move on, but I will say last thing, just having worked on the inside of that, I don't think you not being invited on TYT was anything personal. I just think it's just a matter of producers are busy as shit, and like they should be paying more attention to booking guests, but they've also...
You came on my show, right? Or no? What? No. I can't believe that I didn't play you on. You never played fake news? Oh my God, I feel bad now. I thought you did.
It's all right. That's all good.
My show canceled, to be fair.
BBC's had me on, MSNBC's had me on, but apparently,
those the corporate sellouts.
My fellow leftists have not cared to have me on. It's fine though. I get it. It's all right. It's all right. No big deal. No big deal. Let's go to the next. No, it's fine. I don't care. Fuck you. No, I'm joking. Pitchforks Dragon with a $5 super chat. Deep dishes and pizza. It's a bread bowl of bad tomato soup.
Thank you. Deep dish is lasagna, which is good in its own right, but it's not pizza. And anyone from Chicago will tell you real Chicago pizza is thin crust, square cut pizza. Okay, it is not deep dish. Real Chicagoans know. All right.
Ain't that Detroit though? Detroit does that like skinny square.
Don't talk to me about Detroit.
Business.
All right.
Oh no, that was me being like that's my super chat to cause chaos. That was my thing. Let's talk about house music next. No.
Let's go to Kowalski with a super chat. Dan, I appreciate your aggressive compassion. What was this? He sent. That's the one bad thing about leaving super chats till the end. We never, unless they forget to add context, we have no idea specifically what they were talking about.
It
but
seems
Dan,
like it was around the Mars stuff, but yeah.
You had a number of righteous rants tonight. You should, if I know you and I share our hate for editing, but feel free to come into this episode and cut whatever you'd want for your own channels, because you had real great stuff. Same with you, Rayyvanna. You were both on fire tonight.
No, but Dan had a special like spunk about him tonight. Like I was sitting down and you're like, all right, let me not interject. Like he's on a fucking roll.
I'm sorry. This is like my growing up in like, unfortunately being in the like Cenk Uygur school of like political bloviating. Sometimes I just like go into the avatar state and I don't know what I'm doing and I'm just like going off on some shit and then I come back and I'm like, wow, I've taken up a lot of space. So let's
you were great though, but it is like a huge joke at TYT, like when Cenk is on like a power panel, that if you are the person who talks after him, you're fucked, because he's going to say everything you wanted to say and then he's going to throw it to you and you're going to be left with jack shit to say about the topic.
You're talking to a guy who produced the main show for 2 years. Believe me, I know.
Sometimes
but no, thank you, Kowalski.
They'll DM me and they'll be like, hey, don't throw it to Cenk first. Throw it to somebody else.
And I will... in my weird defense of Cenk, because again, it's a weird place for me, he's gotten a little bit better. Not better, but like a little bit better. If you watch some clips from like 2016 or so, dude will be like, Anna will be like, here's the story, let me tee it off for 2 minutes. Cenk talks for 12 minutes and that's the clip.
Let's go to narrator with a $5 super chat. If Barrymore's show doesn't discuss or promote any TV that is struck, does it not discuss or promote itself? Yeah, that's a conundrum they face. John Deere with a $5 super chat. Drew Barrymore's 4th generation Hollywood Nepo baby. Her godmother is Sophia Loren.
But Drew Barrymore also, I mean, she was like a child star and like severely abused as a kid. So like, yes, but also she suffered because of it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I guess I do have like in my heart of hearts, like a soft spot for her, but like, but also fuck her. Oh, Boondocks Obama.
Basically, fuck him.
There we go. I agree. Fuck him, huh?
No more. You'll never be able to do the Mickey Mouse voice for your kids again if you can't.
Donald James with a member super chat. Thank you, Donald James, member for 2 months. Binder has been going like a champ all day. The guy is a workhorse. Yep, that's what my wife.
No,
says.
you're. Bender, I know you don't drink, so that's just off the cuff, man. Like that's just the sleepiness kicking in right there, my friend. But no, I
well, let
honestly
me tell you
like
this. For Leftist Mafia regulars, they know this is where I get. This is the time of the night where I get a little bit off the rails.
Oh no, same. But true shit. Like Matt, you are one of the hardest working people in this space with your day job, with all the shows you're on. Like mad respect, honestly.
I got to cite to your reporting. We talked about this a little bit. I got to cite to your reporting in some of my law school articles that I wrote about cryptocurrency.
That's awesome. I love that. That's really cool. I appreciate that. Donald James, member for 2 months. Thank you for upping that membership, for renewing that membership. Jesse Courteous with a $5 super chat. Thanks for carrying the show, Matt. Oh, thank you. By carrying, they mean me being the only host. I definitely did not carry the show in terms of like
Thank you,
content.
Matt, for putting Dan and I on your shoulders and carrying.
Right. Yeah. No, really. No. While they say that, let me say I literally could not have done this show without the two of you. Really, if you two didn't say you do it, I mean, I probably would have asked other people too. But I mean, if you two didn't say you could do this show, it would have been a lot harder for me to find, because you two would honestly, like, I don't think you were like down the list of people that you two were the first people that came to mind in terms of like, I don't know why, but you two were the first two people I thought of. I was like, oh, I want to have Rayyvanna and Dan on. So thank you for saying yes and joining me.
Thank you. We're a solid combo.
You are. Awesome,
Power report.
Next Thursday.
Just saying, not
next
saying
Thursday,
anything. Just
right?
saying.
Right. There you go. No, you guys can promote it next Thursday when the entire Leftist Mafia crew is back. 5 of us strong. The 5 biggest names in leftist media. Power Report
are a wonderful lead-in to Power Report. Exactly.
Yeah.
Like they're the just before primetime hour. They get you nice and warmed up. It's all good. And then you come into Power Report. And then again, I'm not trying to compare. I'm just saying if you're a leftist content consumer on the internet, you have a good Thursday evening. I'm just saying.
Right. Or if you want to listen to it as a podcast on Friday morning on your commute to work, you can do double duty. Listen to this show and then listen to that show.
Right. Yeah.
Also,
It's
for
like,
inquiring minds, her name is Miss Kitty. I do see some comments about the cat who just beat the shit out of me.
Is that her real name?
That is,
or is that just like a streamer name?
That is her given Christian name, is Miss Kitty. When I adopted her, that was the name the shelter had given her, and by that point, she was already 2 years old. So I was like, can't really change that shit. So.
I missed this one. Awesome Possum says, love you, Binder. Thank you. I love you too. Jay Dixon says, I grew up Mormon and Mar was that for me too, dog.
Yeah, that was when I was talking about how like Mar helped me recover and kind of get a sense of place as a young kid growing up in a very religiously conservative household. So yeah, I understand that. And I saw a lot of comments on there that was really kind of reassuring for me, and maybe I will make this video after the Elon Musk one, because yeah, it's an important thing to kind of be like, these are shepherds, if you will, who help us ideologically get to a certain point. And not all shepherds are down for the whole journey. And you can be mad at them, which is a fair point, but you can also kind of accept that whole journey method and move on to other people or start to create your own destiny. And so I appreciate you for reaching out, Jay. And whether you're practicing or not, I hope your relationship with religion is much healthier now.
And people are sharing the names of their cat now in the chat. So I should also say my cat's name is Sabu, named after the pro wrestler Sabu. And we adopted a dog earlier this year, as I've mentioned, and we named him Terry after the recently deceased, late, great Terry Funk. So both of our pets named after pro wrestlers. Let's go to... wait, no, we already had that. Oh, wait, there was a chat I wanted to pull up that wasn't a super chat, and now I can't find it. This one. Matt Binder, H3 guest appearance 1. Listen, if you reach out to Ethan Klein and company and tell them you want to see me, maybe that'll happen. Because that's the only way I think that's going to happen. Unless something in my career blows up at some point where it's inevitable. But that anomaly aside, it's on all of you to let them know you'd want to see me.
Have you been on Hassan's stream?
I have not, no.
I mean, if you want to, I'm sure that can be arranged.
Hassan's mentioned me on the stream before. He's pulled up my tweets. He mentioned me when I got banned on Twitter during the big December journalist ban, if you'll all remember. I've never been on.
No, it's like
me. It's all cool. I'm a forgettable guy.
So one of the big things I worked with at TYT that I'm really proud of is I didn't know what I was doing at the time. No one did, but I was helping Hassan write his Facebook scripts for the breakdown when he was going after Tommy Lauren. That's kind of how he kind of made his whole thing. And so I helped him with that in the beginning. He definitely took that off to a path and continued on his own. We did a short run member. Okay, Leftist Mafia members who are watching this will appreciate this lore, and I'll keep it very short. So after Jimmy Dore left TYT, there was a spot open for a members exclusive show on the TYT network. And me being the producer, I was finally freed from working on Jimmy Dore. All of the stuff internally was labeled AP. And so when Hassan was like, I want to do a show, I want to do a members only show, and I want to call it Agitprop, I was like, oh, that's so easy to organize in the file system. It's still AP. So we did Agitprop with Hassan Piker. It was a wonderful, incredible, short-lived members content show. The first episode was Hassan debating Jank on the worthiness of unions. Remember, kids, that'll be important later. We interviewed ContraPoints. We interviewed a number of different folks on there. One of our clips ended up on the Alex Jones show, and Hassan's God bless the brave Mujahideen soldiers moment that happened on his Twitch stream was also kind of happening as we were producing Agitprop. And so I went through it. I was there for that. But no, Hassan, I appreciate him very much. I'm a big Dan, why don't you like the big streamers guy? Because I fucking hate most of the top streamers. But again, my bias having worked closely with Hassan, but also my perspective in knowing the less public parts of Hassan, I think he's good people, honestly. And even when he fucks up a little bit, if you yell at him a little bit, he'll figure it out. So I ultimately like him.
I like Hassan. I think it's...
Shout out to Alex Jones, friend of the show. Also has played several of my videos on his show, which I only know because of Danarchy. Love Dan. Actual shout out Danarchy.
Really? He's played another leftist streamer forgets about Matt Binder. I've never been on the Alex Jones show either. Damn. Really dropping the ball. It's incredible. Unbelievable. Awesome Possum says, love you, Dan, with a super chat.
Love you, Awesome Possum.
Parker with a $5 super chat. Dan is right. David is a Fed for suggesting the show take a week off.
Right.
The real question is it the Canadian Fed or the American Fed who got to him, right? That's a good question.
I don't care how homoerotic this sounds. I'd be so down to see David Doel in like a Mounties, like Canadian Mounties costume. Like, fuck cops, but like I think that'd be a very funny Halloween costume for him.
I'm not going to go there. Foresto with $5 super chat. Did you see the Breaking Points Republican focus group? I know Breaking Points is persona non grata, but I've seen other people covering it, and it's wild. Which Republican focus group do they do? They didn't even know they did Republican focus groups. What are you talking about? Which
their audience in general?
Yeah, I would love to see it. Actually, I have no idea what you're talking about though. Send me the clip. Foresto with another super chat. Business bro looks like an extra druggy Trump kid. I was talking about
the Aussie
guy. Yeah. Crikey. Tokyo Hans with 1,000 yen, which comes out to roughly like 33 cents American.
Let's go.
To all of those watching from Rebecca's rational to all those watching from Rebecca's rational humanist serfs. Make sure to get your memberships through Matt Binder. Right. If you are giving a dime to those other four tonight, what are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
That's called passive income. That's not very socialist to me.
The funny thing is, I did go away once during the summer because I had to go to a family wedding. So there was a episode that I missed. But just like they did, I kept my stream connected so they could stream. And I people did send me super chats. So I can't complain. I got super, not as many as usual, but I got super chats. Passive income, baby. That's how it works. Renee with another Chilean peso super chat, 2,200 Chilean pesos. Which again is probably like 35 cents. Which is fine. I'm just pointing out to anyone. I could just picture the door right guys coming in and talk. Oh, I just saw Matt Binder get a $2,000 super chat.
Matt Billionaire.
Yeah. Renee says, admit to giving a best EXP explainer for the shock doctrine. I have no idea what you're talking about, Renee. For the shock doctrine. Renee's
I haven't, but I will.
Completely out of context. Charlie DeGinemer with a membership 2 months. Thank you so much. Seen a few articles suggesting using AI to replace CEOs. Oh, that was from Ed Zitron, a regular guest over on Scam Economy, my other show. Also, every time I've seen that Gurney guy, I feel more and more unglued. Yes. But also, Ed Zitron's great. We should have him on this show. Are you guys familiar with Ed Zitron? He's really...
I see him on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next super chat here. Daredevil member for 2 months as well. David Doel has been shadow banned from his own channel. That's why he isn't here, Matt. Either that or he's encased in maple syrup eruption.
It's crazy that Lance doesn't get the same sort of Canadian phobia.
which is fun. Well, I think part of it is because Lance doesn't connect a YouTube channel, so I don't think he has a YouTube audience that watches.
Oh,
and he also doesn't connect his Twitch channel either. He's the only person who screen shares the stream, and that's how he streams it through like OBS, I guess. Very bizarre. I don't know why he doesn't just connect it, but that's his thing. Also funny because he's the one who has the more Canadian accent too. Like David Doel will talk and you would never know he wasn't an American usually. But when Lance talked, it's like, oh, the dude's throwing up boots all over the place. No doubt about it, he's Canadian. Awesome Possum with a super chat. Oh, this is the how do I send money to Rayyvanna super chat. Drop it again, Rayyvanna. Let people know how they could support you.
I'm looking right now. I'll drop it in the chat.
Bay Photo with a membership 2 months super chat. Frontier doesn't want to pay for any more PS5 controllers for the work from home.
So just you fly Frontier and you just get into the submersible from the fucking crunch submersible.
Ignore Husky with a $10 super chat. I'm loving this more laid back, hyper pro labor show tonight. Dan, what type of musician are you? You got some vocal chops. I dig it. Cheers and solidarity. Stay punk, y'all.
Okay, 30 seconds of Dan lore. I was a.
You seem like I'm going to throw this out there. Hold on, before you say it. You seem like a ska guy. Something about your demeanor, your positivity. You feel like a ska guy to me.
I appreciate that. Some of my best friends are ska people. No, but seriously, yeah, I never was a ska person. I also appreciate you were maybe the first person on earth to describe me as positive. Bless. But
you seem very upbeat. You seem very upbeat. Even when you were angry, you seem very upbeat. I don't know how to explain it.
It's passion. I don't know. I'm trying to get good at that. But thank you. But before I was interested in politics, before I I was a kid who just got in fights a lot and didn't really care about school until about 10th grade, when a counselor set me down and was like, yo, you're getting straight A's and you're constantly getting suspended. What's going on here? And then I went on a different path. No, I've always been very artistically minded. I like music. I do a music podcast called Audio Face where I review 3 new albums that have come out every single week with my friend Sean. Check that out on my channel.
What were the last 3 albums you reviewed?
Oh, that's hard to come off the top of my head. I think Olivia Rodrigo came out just last week. Tizo Touchdown. I want to. I know.
What do you think of the Olivia Rodrigo? What do you think of the Olivia Rodrigo album?
It is a fine submission to be a pop record, and to do a second record is very hard. Usually the second album is your worst album as an artist, it's the curse. And I think it was fine as a pop record, but I think Olivia Rodrigo has more creativity in her. And you hear this from oh, I've been listening to nonstop Rage Against the Machine this past week. That's what she just said on Twitter and stuff like that. So she sounds a little bit like a Disney pop, a teeny bopper pop star. And so a lot of people will write her off. I would implore people to just let her cook a little bit, because I think when she comes out with her 3rd album, she's going to sound like a Billie Eilish alt dark pop kind of star. And you're going to see some interesting stuff from her. I think she's just doing her let me make the labels happy. Let me make some basic pop songs or whatever that people my age can relate to, but I'm going to do some fun later. I don't say that about every run-of-the-mill pop artist, but I think Olivia Rodrigo has got some sauce inside of her that she's just holding a little bit until some later records come out. She wants to build lore, and I respect that. But yeah, I think her latest record was run-of-the-mill pop. I felt the same way about Miley Cyrus's recent record. It's fine, but it's just pop. I want to get more into metal though. You and Jordan Ewell and a couple other my political friends are more metalheads than I'm not a
metalhead.
Oh, you aren't? Oh, sorry, my bad. I
was wondering if you were talking about me. I was
no, for some reason I thought of you as more of into, I'm not going to start naming bands because then you'll get into whole, well, they're not metal conversation, but I thought you were into more harder rock stuff. But sorry, totally wrong. I'm racist to white people. My bad.
I am, but not metal. I'm into punk, hardcore, but not. I mean, there's good.
I need someone to teach me these nuances, right? That'd be great.
Stuff.
But
thrash, I'm into thrash, which is closer to metal. But all right, yeah, I'm not a metalhead though.
My last thing to ignore is that I used to sing, but I don't really like to anymore. And I can play about 10 musical instruments because I never learned sheet music, but I just can hear music and play it really well. I can just hear a song and I can just figure out the notes within about 5 or 10 minutes. If you give me a piano or a bass or a guitar or a keyboard, I got it. So it's a family gift, I'll say.
See, I played in a band as well. I was bassist for a while.
Hell yeah.
I cannot read music. I can also not play by ear. That's why I like punk. Let's go back to the super chats. T King with a super chat. Thanks for being here. Well, I thank you for being here. Tokyo Hans with a super chat again. This goes to the leftist millionaires. Ray and Dan are awesome. Thanks for coming on today. Yeah, I would say the net worth just from the 3 of us right now on this stream has got to be what, at least
several $1,000.
60 billion?
That might be true. Several $1,000.
Right.
Student loans are starting up. We'll get back to you on that.
All right. My net worth right now is about negative $100,000 thanks to law school.
Omega with a $10 super chat. Much love to my faves doing a Leftist Mafia episode together and making my abs sore while laughing. Ray, if you want to speed run One Piece, I know a way to do so. Shout out to the MR crew and the Cedar fam. Stay safe, people. Thank you, Omega.
Omega, I'm about 200 episodes into One Piece now. So, we are flying through. I started on Thursday of last week. Things are going well.
Is this the live action one you're talking about?
No, I'm watching because I watched a lot of the anime growing up because it was always on Cartoon Network, but I never watched it in order. So I decided instead of rewatching an anime that I've seen a million times, I was like, let me watch something new. So I just started it. But I haven't seen the live action. I heard it was good though.
It's very good. One of the rare good ones that like an anime to live action thing. Like I'm still fuck you for whoever wants to get into whether or not Avatar: The Last Airbender is an anime or not. Like, just fuck off, all right? But I'm still burned by that terrible M. Night Shyamalan movie they made, where like they mispronounced all the characters. It was Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Right.
Yeah, and they mispronounced all the characters' names. They cast white actors in a very obviously like East Asian show. Like
those were the swerves, man. It was M. Night Shyamalan. Those were the swerves. Say the names wrong. Whoa, the names are wrong. Whoa, that guy's white. Whoa, so is that guy.
I live in hell.
Yeah. See, it's wild. You said you would watch Cartoon Network. Anime would just be on, because when I was a kid watching Cartoon Network, there was no anime. It was the old Warner Brothers cartoons. It was Johnny Quest. It was Hanna-Barbera of the Universe, Hanna-Barbera. By the time they were showing anime, I was not watching Cartoon Network.
I think it was called Toonami. Toonami was what it was called when they would play anime. I mentioned earlier my favorite, and shout out to all my Winry heads who knew the character I was talking about. My favorite anime is Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. When I was watching it through the first time, I suppose, as an adult, I realized like certain scenes of it, I was like, oh my God, I remember watching this as a kid and being like totally freaked out because there were so many shows that I would just like watch on Toonami that I like I didn't know what the show was. It was just on. So I would watch it because I was a kid, and that's what you do when the TV is on, right? Like before my mom would come home and turn that shit off, I'd be like, let me just absorb as much of this as I possibly can. But I was like, holy crap, I've seen this scene before. And that's how I feel like watching right now One Piece again. I'm like, I've seen these episodes. I remember seeing these episodes, but when I was a kid, I was like, I have no idea what the fuck is going on in this anime.
Right.
Hey, Matt, I'm sorry to fly brain you, but would you mind going to like the second most recent super chat from the Wasting Times? Because I have takes given my experience with this, and I need a moment to feel vindicated. So
all right, let's do it. Yeah. All right. So here's a super chat from the Wasting Times. $10 Wasting Times. Thank you so much.
Hi, Wasting Times.
That's another one of the 10 people who watch every single leftist show. Wasting Time has been on my show as a guest too, because he's one of the regular trackers of that, like the Doel right group that we were just discussing before.
Bless your heart.
And the MAGA communists.
Yes, that's right. Right. So the Wasting
I got
Time
stories
says,
about Jackson Hinkle I can't say on stream.
You told me though.
Yeah.
Wait, why do you know Jackson Hinkle?
Because he lives in LA, and so I'm aware.
Oh, that's okay.
Also, just being on the internet, but yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm on the internet. I don't know Jackson Hinkle in the way that you just
good
eerily said. You're like, oh, I know Jackson Hinkle. The Wasting Time says, did you see allegations of Jimmy Dore taking $5,000 a month from a billionaire? Former Dore associate made the claim. I caught Dore in 4K saying he got 5K at least once. So seems credible. Thread on my timeline.
Lance actually covered this today. So I think it's a very credible claim.
What do you want to say, Dan?
So a couple of folks confirmed this. Jordan Sheraton, who for more reasons I can't mention on stream, I just don't really talk about that much. But he confirmed this story. He has some like inner working relationships with Jimmy Dore. Graham Elmwood. I'm sorry, I don't know. There are basically, I'll say, when I was working at TYT on Jimmy Dore's member show, Aggressive Progressives, there were a number of his like comedian friends who had come through. All of them have been like, fuck Jimmy and his family since then. Ron Placone, who is just sort of like made his own way and separated himself, not very vocally, but has very clearly made his own track away from Jimmy Dore. Proud of him for that. We don't agree on everything 100%, but like I'm proud of him for that. But no, Graham Elwood. Again, sorry for messing up the name. I just want to say Elmwood because that's a street I know. But like he's been with Jimmy for a while, and he's been around that orbit. And so when he says something, and this is like the first time he's come out with something like this, I tend to believe it's credible. Again, like when other people are corroborating the story. But no, I've been saying this. I mean, old heads will remember there was an episode of Aggressive Progressives where Steve-O and Jimmy Dore were screaming about Alex Jones getting canceled, and I made one of my rare appearances as Dan from the internet on camera by like walking onto the set and telling them to stop, and then the camera stopped rolling. So it was like really he was having a tantrum and it looked ugly. So I just like made it cut off, but the clips still float around on the internet. I've talked around my own channel about how Jimmy Dore like fundamentally does not read things that are like papers that are produced and put in front of him for news stories. He repeats, and you know this, he repeats these like canned talking points that may have been relevant to the progressive left in like 2012 or 2014, but hasn't really been updated since. And so like not a big brain ideas guy, not someone like this, someone who's affable and amicable to being paid in ways that might seem a little bit below board or unethical to us. Like I didn't see any of these things at TYT, to be fair, like just to be clear, but these are all character assessments about Jimmy Dore and like opinions from people who have been very close to him and have seen that inner circle. And this all checks out. Like Jimmy, like he is, the word grifter has been thrown around a lot, and I use that word a lot around Anna, and Anna used that word around a lot. So maybe I take some responsibility for that. But Jimmy Dore is the kind of grifter in that he will, almost like Vivek Ramaswamy did in the last debate, not to shout him out, but he like licked his finger and like held it up in the air. Jimmy Dore is that kind of guy. He'll figure out which way is the wind blowing, which way can like I get donors. And like you see in that story that the Wasting Time is mentioning, that he apparently he was one of a number of internet YouTuber folks who was bankrolled by a millionaire or a billionaire who was okay with progressive stuff, but around the time of COVID was like, okay, I want you to start pushing anti-vax things. And apparently, according to Graham Elwood's story, was like, there are a number of people who were taking those $5,000 a month checks from this unnamed billionaire at that time who are like, listen, denying a pandemic is a little bit too much sauce for me. I'm gonna have to tap out and pull the brakes. Thanks for playing wonderful business relationship. And Jimmy Dore was like full steam ahead on that. Like that was not a trolley problem for Jimmy Dore. Right. If he can even understand the concept of a trolley problem, he went full steam ahead on that bitch. So that's according to what Graham Elwood said. That's according to what Jordan Sheridan corroborated, and that fits very well. Like I'm not gonna, I can't tell you that is outside of the character of Jimmy Dore. Like that's the kind of person he is. He's the person to go, you're a fucking sellout, you're a paid shill, you're all these other things. And he's the type of person to do all those same things. I'm also like a little bit on a I hate Jimmy Dore thing just because of how racistly condescending he was to Cornel West, acting like, oh no, me, Jimmy Dore, the self-proclaimed jagoff comedian, is going to be informative to you, Cornel West, the black intellectual like radical who has been such since age 20 and now he's age 70, so like for 50 years before Jimmy Dore had whatever political reckoning he's had. Like Jimmy Dore's going to talk down to him.
I'd admonish him for focusing too much on racial issues.
Oh yeah, like I'm still feeling some type of way about that. So I'll be honest with the audience, like I'm feeling some type of way about that, but I'm also just saying like that is the Jimmy Dore behavior or mindset. Yeah.
No, we talked about that on. We talked about that on the last episode, that interview with Cornel, the last episode of Leftist Mafia, that with Cornel West. That was stunning to watch, like,
and the way he hides behind
the disrespect he had for like Cornel West's bread and butter issues that he's been on the forefront activist his whole career, his life. We know that Cornel West of the intersection of race and class issues, his leftist bona fides, and for Doel to act like he knew better than Cornel West was, and not even that, talk down to him. It wasn't even like, you want to debate the guy. He's not, Cornel West isn't someone who, like, there's nobody, in my opinion, who you can't, like, have a conversation with and disagree with and debate, obviously. But it was at the level of disrespect. It was very clear.
Yeah, and I'm even not the whole, like, I would in older, not TYT, but before I worked at TYT, like, I used to write things for HuffPost, and I just refuse to put President Obama. Like, I would just say Obama or Barack or whatever, because I just don't. I'm sorry. I thought this was America. I thought we didn't care about titles. That's how we got rid of the king and shit. Even though American conservatives seem to love the British monarchy, which is kind of funny. But like, I don't play into like this whole respectability politics kind of thing. But I just gotta say, like, again, I cannot remove as a black man watching another black elder being talked down to like that by a fucking idiot. I cannot remove that part of me. But I just have to say that, like, you have to understand in a conversation, like, we all do this. We invite experts and people who know things in a certain field that we don't know. I let them talk. I let them cook. I let them speak. When I have, I want to shout out Left of the Box and also Benny Carollo, that a lot of people know. When they're talking about trans and non-binary issues, I ask questions. I appreciate the fact they let me ask dumbass cisgender male questions sometimes, but mostly I shut the fuck up and let them speak because I don't have the hubris to believe that I know more than them about anything. Even the things I'm misconcepted about, like, I don't know. I need to learn. And so, yeah, Jimmy, not that I ever expected him to have this kind of, that kind of, hosting ability, but that was just disgusting. Like a new low even for him. And super last thing, the fact that he was trying to hide behind Revolutionary Black Network, as in like the former Fred Hampton leftists who were misusing the name of the Fred Hampton so much the Fred Hampton estate had to tell them to stop doing it. The fact that he was hiding behind them to make that point, and they were trying to defend Jimmy Dore in their video, which I covered on Power Report. Fuck them all, dude. Like, I can't express enough how much that shit disgusts me. So yeah, wasting times, great call out. I think this is another case, an example of like, hey, keep us honest. If I take a check and I start talking some type of way, I welcome this shit to happen to me. But like, that's just not the life decisions I have made to make it so that I'm not sitting in like a big millionaire mansion house makes it so I'm probably not going to make those decisions in my life. But yeah, frustrating to me by the highest level.
I gotta look more into the Jimmy Dore thing, but I completely trust what Wasting Times and Dan has brought up and says, based on my previous experiences with them. What you can do with a super chat: make participation a habit. Hit like if you haven't already to help amplify great content. Oh, why, thank you. Yes, everyone should like specifically my version of the stream or Dan's version of the stream.
Let's give me some followers real quick.
Yeah, no. Honestly, if you're watching, what's the exact URL for your YouTube channel?
YouTube.com/Dan from the internet.
Everyone go there right now while you're watching the show. Listen while we're talking, and just in a new tab, go hit subscribe. Snack Panther with a $10 super chat. Thanks, Matt, for keeping the party going this week. Dan and Rayyvanna were great. Yes, they were, but not anymore. The quality's been going down. They put "were great." Actually, they put "we great." They completely botched that one. Amused Mob, a member for 2 months. Hey, Ray, how are your Man U boys doing? Crying, laughing emojis. Up the Reds, YNWA. Ooh,
You'll never walk alone. All right, Liverpool fan. First of all, shut the fuck up, because it's been a rough start to the season. Not if you're a Liverpool fan, which you are, so you've had a good start to the season. We've had a really horribly rough start to the season. For anyone who's unfamiliar with what we're talking about, they're making
Premier League football.
They are making fun of me and
world football
for the club I support. It's not been a great start to the season, and I'm really angry at the club for a myriad of reasons, but primarily because they have treated a player worse for defending himself than they have treated two players that have been credibly accused for assaulting women. So it's been a rough start to the season for me as a Manchester United fan.
I've seen online your side. I didn't know. I mean, I knew because I saw you. I just said so. You say it online. You're a big soccer fan.
Huge fan. Huge fan.
Right. Got a new soccer show, right?
Yeah, I do.
What do you think? You do, really?
Oh, we haven't released our first episode yet, but yeah, it's called The Final Third.
You watch MLS or no?
A little bit here and there. Not a huge MLS fan. I'm a NWSL fan, the women's league in the United States. I'm a Chicago Red Stars fan, but Chicago Fire leaves something to be desired, so I've never gotten that into MLS.
Because my son, he's 8 years old. He got big into soccer last year, and he's playing in his league. So now he's gotten into watching it and everything, and he's gotten me. I played soccer years. I played soccer many years ago when I was in when I was in my from like 4 to like 13, and then I stopped playing. And then my son got me back into it. We've been going to New York City Football Club games. At Shea. Oh my God, how old am I? At City Field. And then he got me so much into it that I now play in a just for fun, but an official league here in New York. And now to show you that I'm a real dad too. I'm not just playing dad. I'm the assistant coach now for his soccer team.
Oh, yes. Coach Matt, let's go.
Yeah. I got to get into the Premier League though. I'm just, I just don't follow it that much.
I haven't. I'm a native. I mean, native-ish, as native as you can be, being born in America. But I lived in Manchester for 8 years, so I consider myself a native Mancunian in that sense. I have the B tattoo on like here for the city of Manchester. I was a Man U fan, and honestly, I haven't been paying attention since like the Chicharito Wayne Rooney days. So
as you shouldn't be. Things have gotten bad.
Oh no, I've been seeing them scores from time to time. And I'm like, let me get into basketball. Clearly, me being an LA Clippers fan is way less painful than being a Man United fan.
I was so excited for the season to start, and I had forgotten the severe pain that watching the matches causes me. And then after the first match, when they barely, eked out a win against Wolves, who are expected to be relegated this season, was the most depressing shit I'd ever seen. And I was like, oh yeah, I forgot how horrible this feels.
I like this super chat a lot. This might be my favorite super chat of the night. Brian Shane with a super chat. Leftist streamers passing around the same $20. They get $20, then donate it to the next person, and so on and so forth.
That's pretty much how it works.
That's right.
Spread the wealth.
That's why people think we're all rich, because we're just constantly sending around that same $20 over and over again.
That's exactly how it works.
Narrator there it is, the $20 super chat.
Thank you, narrator.
Narrator, what's Jimmy Dore's billionaire's name again? The guy giving him $5,000 a month.
I don't know actually off the top of my head.
All right, well, narrator is my Jimmy Dore billionaire. Narrator gives me like $50 a stream or something like that, if not more sometimes. So thank you, narrator.
We love it.
A narrator with a super chat. Bloomberg reported 5.6 billion GDP drop if the 150K UAW workers strike for 10 days. Extrapolating, that means each worker provides just under $1 million a year in value to the U.S. economy. Fain just announced 3 plans to strike if no deal by midnight. Ooh, we're 15 minutes away.
Solidarity forever.
Now, I haven't been... This chat, who knows when this chat was sent, but seems like
I'll check it out right now.
We're still...
I can't wait, honestly, because part of my electric car thing, I like the documentary, I've been focusing a lot on this. So like I have an electric vehicle that is made by one of the big 3 automakers that they skirted around union laws for making the electric vehicle. And that's basically because of, I mean, what would have been NAFTA, but it's now the US, Mexico, Canada agreement, or as they say on Chapo, the CUM agreement, because it's Canada, US, Mexico. And yeah, you can get, as a company, you can get a lot of benefits from making your car in Canada or Mexico, and you can avoid the, you know, needing to use union labor to do so. And so that's a big factor. And I think I heard Emma say this a couple of times, if not today, then another time, but like, what better way to show yourself as being an American, like, you know, buy American. People love that pride in their trucks and SUVs, which are selling the best anyways. Like cars aren't really selling much. That's why all the EVs are SUVs. But what better way to say, yeah, we're American, we're proud, built Ford tough, whatever, even though half these companies are French now, than just paying union workers, like paying workers in America what they're owed. Like, I still have people who are like, I only buy made in America appliances, not because I have a xenophobia thing against China, but because I want to support American labor. People buy like that. So level it up. I mean, far be it from me to give a capitalist advice, but like, yo, lean into that. Just pay your fucking workers.
Absolutely. No, absolutely. T King with a super chat. Matt, can we get Mac, the good politic guy, on Leftist Mafia? Yes, we can. Let's make that happen.
Mac.
He's good.
Millie Wishman with a $5 super chat. Did you see Graham Elwood and Jordan Sheridan comments on Jimmy Dore's income? We just talked about it with Dan. Yep. It probably came before we got to it. Kowalski with a super chat. You should have simulcast Majority Report on Doom today. That's not how things work over there. Tony Rizzo, member for 2 months. Thank you, Tony. Patreon.com/Matt Binder. 1,000 patrons. Let's go. So Matt can afford to hire a full-time editor, PA, cough, animator, cough. Man, 1,000 patrons would honestly get the ball rolling big time. That would be like doing this show full. It would be full time over at
Matt's kids get to hear the real Mickey Mouse and not Matt's impression.
Yeah,
we go to Disneyland after that.
Right.
Yeah, 1,000 patrons. We're about, you know, I guess a little bit over a quarter of the way there. Maybe one day. But yeah, if there was that many people, there would definitely be some movement on getting some people hired to help me out. Thank you, Tony. Kowalski with a super chat. Oh my God. Fuck, marry, kill. Bill Maher, Drew Barrymore, Tim Gurner. Oh, this is super easy, right?
Oh God.
I mean, the marry one is the easiest because I'm marrying Drew Barrymore. That's easy, really? Hands down. I'm not spending the rest of my life with Bill Maher or Tim Gurner.
You can marry and still get divorced, as Steven Crowder loves to tell us. So, like,
I'm playing the rules of this game how they're meant to be played. The assumption that, listen, the true game of fuck, marry, kill thinks of a nice, long-term, old-school marriage.
Yes.
It's a very mortal game if it's called
an old-timey marriage.
Yes, it's the old-timey marriage, yes. I feel like I might get in trouble with the kill one. So it's not.
Yeah. I'll do marry Bill.
Specific.
I'll do marry Bill Maher because I know his thing with black people, and I'm just counting an age thing here. So like I think I got the number. Like even if I can't do divorce under like the weird Matt rules,
he'll treat you well for a while. He'll treat you well.
I think I got the money line on that. All right, like I can listen to some bad jokes as long as he's got the acid. I'm down.
But we're all killing Tim Gurner though, right?
Yeah, I think that's what we're all going.
We're all TOSing Tim Gurner pretty much. Yes.
For me, it's that order: FMK, Bill Maher, Drew Barrymore, Tim Gurner.
Same.
But for Dan, but Dan said his was
MFK.
You want to
marry Bill Maher, okay.
All right. And what about you, Ray?
Same as you, Matt. Same as you.
Right. Yeah, makes sense, right? The sensible. Although
Bill Maher's not
Dan's makes sense though.
Bill Maher seems like he fucks like a plank of wood, though. Like, sorry, I'm getting too graphic.
I'm not trying to enjoy the moment. I'm trying to one and done.
Yeah, that's how I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Well, in the biblical definition of FMK, it's not a one and done. It's I'm kidding.
Right. Yeah.
Matt's like, let's move on.
And Jesus said, in the biblical version of Fuck, Marry, Kill, Brian Shane with a $10 super chat. Never forget when Elon Musk himself tried to cancel Matt and the EU threatened to ban the entire platform from internet service providers for censoring journalistic freedom. Chad Matt versus Beta Elon. Yeah. I appreciate that. Yes. I appreciate that.
I hope your kids are proud one day.
That's definitely that's definitely like my claim to fame. That and the fact that he punished me with the blue check mark, right? I mean, how do I?
Are you still not paying for that?
Oh, are you kidding me? Of course not. Ignar Husky with a $10 super chat. Hey Matt, I reached out to Dusty Smith and said he'd love to be invited or y'all go on his show. He has a show every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, so should be easy to reach out. Stay punk, Matt. Yeah, I'll definitely. I think you've been recommending Dusty Smith for a little bit. Absolutely. Got to make it happen. I'll go on his show and he can come on this show. Eric Achiampong. I'm sorry for messing up your last name, if I did, Eric. $10 super chat. Hey, everyone. Was curious if you guys saw the debate between Crystal and Kyle and Brianna Joy Gray. We spoke about it a little bit earlier, right?
We mentioned the force to vote part 625. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna make my own video about this. I'm gonna spare you another like Dan monologue. But I've criticized Kyle Kalinske in the past. I've criticized Brianna Joy Gray in the past. I've defended both of them in the past too. So like I have a lot of opinions about it. I'll make another video. But yes, I have seen it. Yes, I have opinions. You'll have to check out youtube.com/Dan from the internet or my angry, rambling 3 a.m. I can't go to sleep rants on Twitter or Blue Sky or Threads about those to see that. But yes, I have. And I will say this. I think like the off years, like there's midterms and there's election years, like on even years, like 2020, 2022, 2024, 2018, etc. Right? Like those are the fun years to be doing this kind of job because there's debates, there's like content is being created for you to have discourse on. But like we covered this on Power Report too. Like the odd years are just when Republicans are like, okay, let's pull out the big grab bag of hate and let's see what we can use to distract people. Okay, culture war issues, trans stuff, the wokening the military, education and critical race theory. Like they just throw that chum out there. So like I don't love a lot of this. Like I guess top level, I don't find any of the major questions like, is Biden worse than Trump? Who you're going to vote for in this state, in this situation? I don't find these to be productive conversations in 2023, honestly. But I do enjoy the fact that, I mean, let's just be full honest. Like Kyle Kalinske is married to Crystal Ball, and Marianne Williamson, who Kyle Kalinske likes, and Brianna Joy Gray, who Kyle Kalinske just debated, were all at the wedding. All right. So like this is one of those like insulated kind of club kind of things. So I have my own takes on that. But what I mean to say, and to end it and be kind of light about it, is that I like healthy discourse. I don't think Jimmy Dore is healthy discourse. I don't love a lot of Brianna Joy Gray's points, and I think she kind of turned forced the vote into her personality. But I will still contend that she's a very smart person. She did great work on the Bernie campaign, as did Nina Turner. And so I like when she provokes thought, when she challenges me to make me kind of like think about my opinions and defend them. So I think that we should encourage healthy leftist conversation and debate while making sure that our eyes are still on the prize and we also don't get too overinflated with the point of what content does. Like I'm much more happy about my friends in DSA LA who I've had on Power Report before, who are delivering snacks to workers on the picket line, than I am about whatever like jack off conversation about Marianne Williamson or RFK Jr. happens on YouTube on any given day, honestly. So like that's my stance.
Yeah, I agree with you on basically everything you say. I know, Brianna does not like me. She's not a fan of mine because she said that she would never have me on her show because I dared to interact with her on Twitter, which is fine.
Oh, we both got caught in that, right? I forget exactly what the context was, but I replied to something you said. Oh no, it was on getting a blue check mark.
It was about the check mark thing, and I basically just said like. I wasn't even like being like, I just basically came in. I was like, what's the reason for it? It's unnecessary. You don't need it. And she was like, don't you tell me what to do. And I wasn't trying to. Maybe I did come off like that. And if I did, I truly did not mean to. But she also made it clear that she she values other people in this space based on how many patrons they have. She called me out for not being. She called me out for not being as successful as her. She compared completely unprompted, compared my Patreon to her Patreon,
which is Jimmy Dore.
She shares with the sexual predator. That Patreon.
Yeah.
Where's Virgil Texas.mp4?
Which I mean, I see the numbers. It doesn't. You could. It's no shocker to me that you've more patrons than me. Yeah, I continue. But again, like I said, I don't judge people based on my personal beefs with them. I agree with some things she says at times, and I think both of them had decent points in the clips. I didn't see the whole thing, but the clips I saw. But I obviously fell on Kyle's side of things when it comes to. The election. I view Biden's presidency in the same way Kyle does. The bar was on the floor, and he exceeded the expectations, and continues to do so. If you ask me, doesn't mean he's great. Doesn't mean he's wonderful. Doesn't mean we've gotten everything we wanted. But
doesn't mean we shouldn't have higher expectations sometimes.
Yes,
too.
but the bar for presidents is low, and Joe Biden is without a doubt in my lifetime. Again, with that bar being on the floor, in taken into consideration, he very well might be. Easily again in my lifetime the best president we've had. If you want to talk about modern times, I guess then depending on what you consider modern. It'd be like FDR, LBJ, Biden, maybe? I don't know. He's up there. I hate to say it, but certainly he's already exceeded Obama. Obviously, take away the importance of Obama being the first black president. I will never downplay that. But in terms of the policies and the both domestic and foreign, things accomplished in that sense, hands down Biden. And also Obama, if you go beyond policy and look at what he did in terms of the people he brought into the space, giving all these tech people who turned into huge assholes,
taking the list from Citibank and making them all his or most of them his cabinet during the economic collapse that was caused by these banks. Yes,
he set a horrible precedent that we're still dealing with. I mean, Obama's campaign created this unique. It was a unique campaign in every way, shape, and form, and it should have created like a blueprint for every Democratic campaign after it. But instead, all those people just went ahead and sold out, joining hedge funds and tech firms and things like that. I hold Biden in high regard when you consider all these things. And the strike is on, as Mobile Newman just pointed out. It is midnight. No, the negotiations have not struck in a deal. And here we go. Here we are.
For news purposes, I want to point out that the facilities that are supposed to be going on strike are General Motors' mid-size truck and full-size van plant in Wentzville, Missouri. Remember, Americans love larger vehicles, so this is going to hit right where the profits hurt. Car prices have been one of the leading charges of inflation because of COVID making everything supply and demand kind of wonky, but also our cars are now computers now, so they require chips. And so cars are in demand and dealerships are getting away with charging overpriced, like way more than they should for regular ass cars. And so this is going to hurt them as well. I'll also say Ford's Ranger and midsize. So the GM plant is in Wentzville, Missouri. Ford's Ranger midsize pickup truck and Bronco SUV plant in Wayne, Michigan. Bronco's the hottest thing Ford has got right now. Like I've got their hot electric car, but like the Bronco is the thing that everyone wants right now. So that is going to be a big blow too. And then Stellantis, which is the European conglomerate that includes the remnants of Jeep, Chrysler, and Fiat, and those other companies. They have a plant in Toledo, Ohio. I think it produced their 4xe hybrid trucks there that are doing really well, and they're selling a lot of as well. Those are all going to be stopped apparently as of tonight because there's no deal. This is huge. This should show how much labor power has. I haven't corroborated the numbers from the earlier super chat where it said like Bloomberg says that there could be billions of dollars lost from like a week of this strike. I say, fuck them. Let them go. Like, give these workers everything and then some what they want, because at the end of the day, they're asking for stuff they gave away in concessions like 10, 15 years ago. They're just asking to be met where they should be right now. And I say they deserve more. So let's go. Solidarity to them, even as I drive my Mexican ass EV.
Hell yeah. No, this is gonna be big. This is a big deal, especially right now, when you got people like Tim Gurner out there talking about how employees need to know their place and we need to take power away from them because they've got the power right now. This is going to fly in the face of what people like Tim Gurner want.
Oh, if we have another like Reagan situation where, I mentioned Tim Gurner, but I also thinking about the Frontier CEO. If we have another Reagan situation where our already hanging by a thread pilot system. I have a co-host on Power Report, Sean, who is training to be a commercial pilot. So he talks about all the inside stuff about this. If they go on a strike, along with the air traffic controllers and the flight attendants, and some flight attendants are going on strike for, I believe American Airlines might be coming up soon. Yo, this country grinds to a halt, which is going to suck for some of my business travel. But like, again, solidarity for fucking ever. Let get these workers what they need and then some.
Let's go back to the super chats. Cedar Sklar Lures with a $2 super chat. Can we at least mention Anna's right-wing pivot? We mention it all the time on this show. It's been mentioned. It's already midnight on the East Coast here, like we just mentioned. 3.5. If any of you have to leave, feel free. Don't feel like you have to stay unless you want to.
I'm down, but you're the one latest. So like you, I salute you, Matt, again.
Jason P with a $10 super chat. Damn, I should have skipped class tonight. Ray and Dan, I'm giddy for this replay. Nice. There you go.
Love the love from all y'all.
Foresta with a super chat. Breaking Points didn't do one focus group clip. It's broken into a bunch of different clips on their channel, depending what question the interviewer was asked. All right, I have to go check them out then. That sounds interesting. Sounds very interesting. Ignar with another super chat. Excuse me. Dan, I'm a metalhead. I can give you a fast list of some badass metal bands. Try some Creator, Death Angel, Exodus, etc. There you go, Dan.
I just took a photo on my screen. I'm going to listen to them. I'll shout them out on the podcast if it works, especially if they've got some new stuff out. But thank you. I'm always trying to expand. I even listen to country music, like whatever. I love K-pop now. This podcast has really changed me as a person. So whatever music you got, I'll give it a shot. Thank you for saying that.
I saw you gave Oliver Anthony a 5 out of 5 on his wonderful Richmond, north of Richmond. You were a big fan of his.
I know you might be joking, but I defended him a lot on the podcast.
You did?
Not politically, but
I was going to say, Dan, how do you feel about women who are 300 pounds and are on welfare?
No. I will not. I promise I will not be filibuster Dan about this. I will just say that online, we're mean. Like, not just political people, but just on the internet, we're mean. And a lot of musicians, I say this having done a music podcast for 8 years, a lot of musicians surprise you. Like there's Kendrick Lamar, there's Vince Staples, there's No Name, who are like really on it with like leftist politics, and they're like to a T really good about it, and they do really good stuff with their music. A lot of folks are just like, hey, I've got some liberal perspectives and some conservative perspectives through osmosis and living my life, and I make music kind of divorced from that, and sometimes I stick it in there, but I don't really know. And based on the interviews of what I've heard from Oliver Anthony, I don't think he's like a Ben Shapiro, Jordan Peterson, like hardcore evangelist.
Although he
for
did go
right-wing
on Jordan
views.
Peterson's show.
He did, but I also like, and I don't know what publicist or what handlers he has who are like motivating him to do these things, but I'll say that I'm not as quick. I didn't really defend Oliver Anthony. I'll just say it like, I'm not as quick to like go after a guy who is in music and talking about politics, who like doesn't cross all the T's and dot all the I's for an extremely online leftist such as ourselves, especially because after the Republican debate, when he was, I totally might be wrong about this, but I will say after the Republican debate, when he was used as a prop, both on that stage and in the rhetoric around that, where he was being said like, oh, these Republicans on the stage were talking about your song, Richmond North of Richmond. And he went back and said, no, I wrote this song about them. Like, he was like, no, don't get me wrong. I don't love Joe Biden, but I hate all those people on stage. This is like, I tried to write that song from the perspective of elites, and I wish he didn't do that while also bashing people on welfare and people who are overweight, like, again. But I'm also like, top level, let's not take, like, let's just, I mean, at least I will say this from my perspective. I'm not going to take Oliver Anthony with the same level of seriousness that I would take Cornel West or even a Jimmy Dore, someone who spends their entire life in politics, right? So like,
you don't have to.
Oliver
You don't have to. Right, but you don't have to have. I mean, the lyric that he's been getting called out on is a very strong. It's not like, oh, it's like, you know, something that is a little bit more subtle, and you know, maybe he didn't use the right word. Like, it's very clear. He specifically knocks a very, like, with a height and weight combination, an exact type of snack food,
and you're 300
pounds. And then he goes fudge round specifically. Right. Like, I mean, the guy,
he was foul for that. Don't get me wrong, he was foul for that. Very not foul, but like,
and also there are plenty of right wingers who don't like sitting Republican Congress people and politicians. That's nothing new. This guy is clearly on the right. You want to give him a little bit of a break because he's not in the political bubble, and maybe he doesn't know certain things. I'm willing to give that, but he would also then need to be open to hearing from other people. I've not seen that. I haven't seen that. He's going on all the shows that a right winger would go on. I haven't seen him show that he's not all about that by going on anyone else's shows. I also think this is going to be a case of, genie in a bottle. This guy's time is up. I don't think we're going to hear much more about him in a few months. This is
this ain't no Johnny Cash.
And I don't know if you've been paying attention. There was a big dust up where apparently a venue was charging $100
Yeah,
for
I saw
you
that.
see this, and they claim it's because he was asking for $120,000 a show, and then he canceled the show because he didn't want them charging $100 per ticket. And like Tim Pool and Charlie Kirk are coming out against him for being for not wanting to charge that much. I don't know. I think this guy his time is short.
At every point you made makes sense, Matt. I'm not going to disagree with it at all. I have in my heart the whole, like, if Doja Cat Doja Cat, popular pop musician, she's about to come out with a record, I think this month. She got into a dust up because she was apparently like courting right-wing racists in like video chats a while ago, right?
She was showing feet in racial chat rooms. I will never forget
letting the
that
dogs
tweet
out for free.
As long as I live, that tweet will live rent free in my mind.
No, yeah, and I'm just like, at that point, my online brain stops myself. I'm like, I'm not gonna read into Doja Cat the same way I read into like Mitt Romney. All right, like I'm just gonna like this is entertainment. I I read it and I see it for what it is and I don't like it, but like I'm not gonna lose brain cells or anxiety or like heartbeats on that. So, but everything you said makes sense, Matt.
And I think you made some points about it too that I agree with. He's not like,
no, I didn't. I'm full of shit.
He doesn't seem like this guy's. I don't think this guy's a Nazi or anything like that. He's probably your standard conservative. Nothing too crazy. Brian Shane, thank you so much for becoming a member.
I'm gonna head out. I'm about to fall asleep.
Go ahead,
so
please
I gotta
feel free.
go. But thanks for having me on.
Both of you have already stayed much longer than most guests do. Most guests see that first super chat and they're like, all right, peace, we're out. Have a
That's
great
all good.
night,
Good to see you, Ray.
Thanks.
Let people know really quick before you go where they could find you.
Yes, you can follow me on Twitter at Rayyvanna TTV. You can also follow me on Twitch, which is just at Rayyvanna. And you can all see me hosting the Damage Report tomorrow at noon Central Standard Time, 1 Eastern, 10 Pacific. So that's where everybody can find me. Thanks for having me on.
Have a great night, Rayyvanna.
Bye, everybody.
Take care. And you'll be back on when everyone else is here too, so you didn't miss out.
All right.
Take care.
Bye.
All right. You want to stick around for a little bit longer, Dan? You feel free to.
I am. It is 3 hours earlier for me than it is
Right.
for you.
Right. Okay.
If you want to
That's
go,
true.
like I'm down. But yeah.
No,
I can stay.
I'm always the last man standing on this show. Chandler Kearns with a super chat. I still have the doomed Emma and Sam custom leather jackets. MB Shofar also needs to be sent. Wait, you have? I don't remember this. Custom leather jackets. What? DM me on Twitter, email me at my email, reach out to me somehow. We got to make, I don't even know what you're talking about, or it's been long enough where I don't remember. Jeez.
That's my shofar.
Thank you, by the way. A Day in Forever. No distinction between metal and hardcore punk with non-listeners. Oh, there's a big distinction. There's a big distinction. Pluvius, the $10 super chat. There's so much great and so much terrible anime, but the best way to experience the big ones like One Piece is reading the comic, except the G8 arc after Skypiea. It is filler and it is fantastic. No idea about what you're talking about. Do you know?
Not at all, but everyone's been telling me about One Piece. I'll check it out.
We needed Rayyvanna here for this one. Cold Dog with a membership super chat. The one thing that sticks out in my mind about Jimmy's temper is when he yelled at Ben Mankiewicz at the GOP debates, I think in 2016. Dude's unhinged. I don't remember that. Do you?
I remember that so vividly because I was producing that.
Were you there?
No. So during 2016, I want to say YouTube put in a little bit of money to allow TYT to be able to travel to the convention. So I think the Republican one was in Pennsylvania, and I want to say the Democratic one was in the Midwest somewhere. But yeah, there was a lot of stuff going wrong with the Pennsylvania one. There was, I think, like a storm or something that happened to hit Pennsylvania, so people were worried about like the tent, like getting rained on, all the equipment and shit. But what you're talking about specifically there with that super chat was, not the incident where Alex Jones stormed onto TYT's set and started doing stuff, and then Jimmy Dore did a spit take on Alex Jones, which I thought was just like, okay, we still employ him, that's fine. But yeah, Jimmy Dore and Ben Mankiewicz got into a fight. I can't for the life of me remember the exact context of it, but you know, Jimmy Dore in his usual Jimmy Dore way, like he got really loud and boisterous and feeling himself and feeling like he was talking on something he didn't really know. And I just remember the line of Ben Mankiewicz changing his tone and getting in his face going, "Don't talk to me like that. Don't talk to me like that fucking ever." And there's just like a long silence, and Anna's just like, "Let's go to break." And I'm on the phone going, "Yeah, let's go to break."
Jeez.
Yeah, Jimmy was I snapped on Jimmy Dore. Like Jimmy brought out the worst in a lot of people there. And again, that's just that kind of person. So that's all I have to say on that. But yes, I remember that. I'm glad y'all have good memories.
Let's go to the next super chat. M Maximus with the super chat. Cheers from an old school Gen X lean lefty person. Cheers. M Maximus. T-Types with a $10 super chat. During my son's gym class, a kid said to everyone, "Wanted to know the best way to get your teacher's attention," and then did a fascist salute. Jeez. Does this sound like normalization of fascist ideas with jokes? I mean, how old is the kid? I mean, listen, I think there obviously is an age where those sort of things are just jokes, but that's also how it starts, right? Like, they become just jokes and then they get normalized and then they actually aren't jokes anymore. It really depends what happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think age is a factor, and yeah, like I was just on Pod Yourself the Wire with Vince Mancini and Matt Lieb. It's like a Wire rewatch podcast, and we were talking about not to spoil, but watch The Wire. We were talking about a season that's focused on the education system, and it profiles an inner city, like urban, kind of rough middle school. And you see these kids like, acting like adults. They're swearing left and right. They're minor spoiler, one kid gets stabbed and like shanked like across the face, like it's real bloody and kind of like gruesome. Like it's real shit there. So like kids are, especially middle schoolers, like are real, like I said it on a podcast, our real troops are middle school teachers. Like that is, elementary school is one thing, high school is another thing, but middle school is that period, right? And that is all to say, middle schoolers love being edgelords, like just inherently. And I think American middle schoolers, like in Germany, like no age is that going to fly, right? Like there's a certain cultural history in certain places where like doing stuff like that, even for attention, is like we knock that out really quickly. But I'll say that, yeah, I saw when I was a kid, a lot of people, I know they didn't mean it, but they got that influence from somewhere. They were doing things that were like, oh, they're making like light racist jokes because they saw Dave Chappelle show at one point and they didn't know they were like too white to be making those jokes, right? Or like they make some off-color jokes or remarks. Most people grow out of that, or at least my age, they grew out of that by the time we went to high school or college, just by being socialized around people who won't go for that stuff. But I definitely worry in this time period with, not to sound old, but like with the impressionability that like kids usually have, combined with the lack of filters around TikTok and social media and everything in general. Like at least when I was younger, there was a sort of thing of like, okay, this is TV, and now you turn it off, and now you go outside and play around and realize that that's not the real world. But I think a lot of people are, especially after COVID, interacting through so much of the real world through the internet. There's not really a blend anymore. And so I do know a couple kids who never outgrew that like edgelord fash phase, and now they're like full on. They would consider Matt Walsh too moderate. I'm like not joking. I've like had conversations with these people. And it's been really scary to be like, oh, like I went over your house and your parents seemed to be fine with me, but now it seems like you're talking about like by being half black, I'm now responsible for like all the crime in the country. Like, because they do, yeah. So like, it gets weird. I'd say in younger ages in America or so, don't worry about it, but keep an eye on it. And if it keeps happening, if it keeps escalating, you got to stop that, because this is a country with guns and fascism. So we got to chill on that.
Absolutely. Oh, geez. Laverne Cox with a $100 super chat.
Is that really Laverne Cox?
That is really Laverne Cox. Yes.
Holy shit! Big fan. Love what you do.
Yes, I am as well. It was awesome enough when she became a member of the YouTube channel. But this is Laverne. Thank you so much. Since you're so rich, Binder. Solidarity with workers everywhere. Union labor. Work, Dan and Ray. Oh, Rayyvanna, we missed it.
I screenshot it for her. It's all good.
Laverne, thank you so much. I appreciate it. It really means a lot to me. It means a lot to me that you watch the show, honestly.
One of my heroes, truly. And I've seen you in YouTube comments too. She loves like the lefty YouTube space. So I love that. Yeah, thank you for all the representation, all the existence that you do, and thanks for supporting this little niche community.
Dan put it better than I could have, and you gave me the money. No, but I really appreciate
YouTube.com/Dan Familiar Net Laverne.
Brian Shane with I almost feel bad at going past. Like I feel like we need to talk more about this to give her the $100 worth. Brian Shane with a super chat. Shameless plug. A friend of mine, Cosmopolitics needs love, as does Forrest Miller's movie night extravaganza. That's all LOL. Cosmopolitics and Forrest Miller, I've been on movie night extravaganza with both of them. I was invited.
Yeah.
We did a Night of the Living Dead episode, if I remember. No, we didn't. I don't remember what we watched. Did we do Night of the Living Dead? I don't remember what we watched, actually. But yeah, they're great. We got to get them on this show.
Yeah, they are Power Report regulars. They've been on the past couple Power Report episodes. Let's hook it up. They're great people.
If I knew I'd be down so many hosts today, I probably would have invited one or two more people, and Cosmopolitics would have definitely been one of the people in my mind to have invited on. We'll definitely make it happen.
Yeah, they're wonderful people. And Forrest Miller, he's a little bit, not braggadocious about this, but he used to be an editor for Michael Brooks. So like, he's a really passionate guy. He knows his shit. Both of them really great people. Definitely check them out.
Absolutely.
YouTube.com/movie night extravaganza, I want to say.
Just the good thing about their YouTube, their show name is that I bet if you type in movie night extravaganza just in YouTube search, it probably will be the channel that comes right up.
Yeah. Can't say the same about Doomed, unfortunately.
No, yeah, it's
a good name, but SEO wise,
I actually regret naming the show Doomed. I've told people this before, but it's so. What I'll probably end up doing is there'll be a rebrand, but the Tuesday night stream will still be called Doomed. It'll be like the Doomed live stream under the insert name here network.
The Matt Bender Show presents Doomed.
No, it won't be. I wouldn't use my name. See,
yeah,
what I did
one of those? Are you one of those people who can like with a straight face go, "Hi, welcome to the Dan from the Internet show"? Like I
didn't want to, but I did. What I did do though, for SEO purposes, I did have this in mind. The show's name is officially, if you search for it on Apple Podcasts or whatever, the show is officially called Doomed with Matt Binder. It's not just called Doomed.
Yeah, no, I did the same thing with Power Report. I ended up having to put Power Report with Dan from the Internet, even though I wanted to be a panel show that grew past me. But I was like, fucking SEO. So yeah, whatever. I hear you.
Narrator with a super chat. For context, average UAW salaries are $29,000 to $49,000. Jeez, these were once safely middle class jobs. I mean, back when they were safely middle class jobs, they were probably making $29,000 to $49,000.
Yeah, like those numbers have just not been adjusted for inflation ever. Yeah,
right. Alan Hill with a membership super chat. I feel like anti-welfare is pretty standard conservatism. He might not be a Nazi, but he's definitely a Trump supporter. Oh yeah, I said that. You know what? I might have seen your super chat and reading it in my head, and I just like was thinking the same thing and said it. Because that's almost word for word, but I'm pretty sure you sent this before I said it. Dilio Pardixel's Wondrous Musings. My God, I'm sorry. I don't even know how to say that. First, you need to sleep. Second, upset that Total Spies won't have an original VA because producers refuse to pay union rates. Go unions. We need Whoop's Finest. What's Totally Spies? I don't even know.
Totally Spies, I want to say, was a Cartoon Network show. Like, it was a cartoon, I want to say. I never watched it, but it looked really cool. But won't have original VAs at voice actors, I assume, because producers refuse to pay union rates. Makes sense. Yeah, I'm in full solidarity with that.
The Wasting Times of the super chat. I heard Oliver Anthony on the radio at the dentist. You did? Jeez. Hygienist naively humming along to lyrics whining about people paying for welfare cookies. Pernicious. Ew, jeez. Brian Shane with a $10 super chat. The best thing about being half Slavic and growing up Jewish in the South, getting the plastic shofars because we couldn't vibrate our lips to make a real one make sounds. LMFAO. Pluvius with a super chat. Oliver was astroturfed because he's probably a head empty populist, which usually breaks right. But when he didn't say what they wanted, they dumped him. That's probably part of it. I don't think he's like, I don't think he's a full on, part of the crew, like in with all the right wing personalities type guy. He's probably just like a standard rank and file type conservative in terms of his beliefs.
Yeah, like I think he's just sort of attained politics the way like most folks on the street do, which is through osmosis in America, which tends to lean pretty conservative and tends to lean pretty problematic. So, I mean, I'm not saying or promising that he has some like come to Marx or Engels moment and he like starts to see the light of progressivism or socialism or any kind of way. But I'm saying like he's not like the same way I treated Jordan Peterson or Ben Shapiro, who are like particularly political actors who know what they're doing and use their platforms purposely to mislead. I think they're different people, but yeah, I will still concede that Oliver Anthony may be a little more knowingly conservative than I might be giving credit for.
Narrator with a super chat. The One Piece is real and it's a union label. Is that I don't even know what you're talking
I want to say it's a double entendre, but we'll go.
Yeah, it sounds like it. The Jack. I was into Dragon Ball until I seen the Mr. Popo character. Who's
sounds like a fed.
And it sounds like it's gonna be like a. Yeah, that's what I expected.
Oh,
it's that
dear Lord,
that blackface looking character. Yeah. I will say this is a Japanese anime, and it is possible that and it also was made who knows when, but when was this guy made? 1988. There's not the cultural minstrel shows and things like that, and blackface is not a Japanese cultural thing.
It's similar thing with Walter Pete in Switzerland.
Yeah,
so yeah.
Yes. And it's one thing to say like I haven't seen Mr. Popo in who knows how long. Do they still use him? Looks like they do, I guess. But I mean, listen, it's one of those things where I think you have to understand that you don't have to like it. And you could have these feelings, but it doesn't mean the same thing where they are from. Although I'd give them more of a pass if they had dropped the character in more recent times, I guess. But yeah. Angelo Henry with a super chat. Appreciate the Matt Jardy Report episode today. I appreciate you for saying that.
Also, shout out Brendan. Brendan is he the only one who hasn't gotten sick? Yeah. Holding it down.
Right. He apparently he told me this might have been on the stream actually, I don't remember. But he was not there for the 2 days where apparently the entire show got sick. So that's how he just missed.
Designated survivor.
Yeah. Bay photo, UAW strike is on. Walkouts at 3 plants will begin. Awesome. We spoke about it. This probably came out before, right? T-types. How about Bindernomics? But Doomed isn't about that, if that's what you're talking about. First of all, I think I love the name Scam Economy. I don't have the same feelings about Scam Economy that I do Doomed. Scam Economy, first of all, I was shocked when I found out that Scam Economy was also not taken as a show name. And also the scameconomy.com domain name was available. I nearly fainted. I was like, holy shit. And it was easy. It was
easiest $12 you've ever spent.
Didn't even have to think it over. Because if you look online, things have been called the Scam Economy. Like, it's not an original name I came up with. It's an actual phrase people have used.
It's like finding out that shockdoctrine.com hasn't been taken yet. Like it's
huge. It's a thing people say. It's a great name for a show. And the .com is available? Holy shit.
That's a win-win-win.
Right. Gulf Coast Grit. We need an evil Mickey Mouse pro-union PSA. All right. Listen up, GM. You better give those workers exactly what they want. Oh, I lost it for a second. It's because it's late. I'm actually losing my voice, my normal voice a little bit. Give
Much
those
love to Matt, your
workers
trooper.
exactly what they want, GM, or you're gonna get it. You're gonna get it.
You don't want to see what Goofy's got. Goofy keeps the 9. Goofy can stay strapped, homies. You better watch out.
Yep. Daredevil with the final super chat I see in here. New show name. I am not Matt Leck. Do not sue me. I mentioned this earlier in the Majority Report too. This happens so often still to this day. You wouldn't believe it. People confuse me with Matt Leck all the time. I'll get messages from people commenting on something Matt Leck said on the show, talking to me as if I said it. Obviously Jesse Singal, that whole thing happened because he thought I was on the show with Sam talking about him when it wasn't me. It's one of the worst things that happened about another producer named Matt taking my role on the Majority Report as when I was the producer. Yeah. Over on Twitch, just want to thank Mobile Newman for resubscribing for 1 month at Tier 1. Subscriber for 6 months. We have a strike, said Mobile Newman. Also, Solomon Succeeds, resubscribed for 1 month at Tier 1. Subscriber for 5 months. Maple Takes rated the channel earlier. Thank you so much, Maple Takes. Really appreciate it. Folks, please subscribe to Rayyvanna's channel on YouTube, Twitch. Subscribe to Dan's channel, Dan from the Internet, on YouTube and Twitch. Dan
from the web on Twitch. And I will say Rayyvanna also... old employers, how should I do this? Yeah, Rayyvanna also does videos on Rebel HQ on TYT, so check her out there, of course. Check out Doomed and Scam Economy and the Majority Report on Thursdays, where you can see one of the hardest working people in leftist media, Matt Bender, whose kids love him very much and probably are asleep by now. But you're a real ass trooper for this, man.
The reason we stream at 8:30 is because that's the time they go to bed. We got some really quick super chat. If you want to leave, then feel free. Do you want to stick around for these last 3, I guess?
I can hold, yeah.
So Ren with a super chat, new show name, The Last Airbender.
I almost want to end on that.
Yeah, I should have saved it. Narrator with a super chat. Reminder that an American company, Prospera, is suing Honduras to force them to sell territory sovereignty. Disgusting. I'll look more into that. Pluvius with a super chat. The more tired Matt becomes, the more his Mickey Mouse becomes just Steven Crowder. That's a good one, actually. Folks, I really appreciate all the super chats and support. Can't thank you enough. I want to stress, though, that if you really want to support the growth of this show, these super chats help. No doubt about it. But the sustained memberships on YouTube and especially Patreon, because Patreon takes much less of a cut. If you want to help me grow my show, and I'm serious about hiring an editor, that's something I'm going to have to do so I can grow the show, because I can't, like we talked on the show, it's hard to listen to yourself and also find the time to cut the stuff you've already seen once, twice, 3 times already. Also, I want to create more videos, and it'd be great to actually be able to film the videos and then shoot it over to an editor to edit, and I'd be able to create a lot more stuff, if I could do that.
Behind all your favorite YouTube commentators, sorry to cut you off, but just saying, behind all your favorite YouTube commentators is a phenomenal editor. So, even the ones who aren't, but to make them even better, head on over to the link that Matt Bender is about to tell you about.
Patreon.com/Matt Bender. Thank you, Dan, for the amazing setup. That was great. Really appreciate that. All right, folks. Who should I rate on Twitch? You got any suggestions, Dan? Who's on right now?
Let me check really fast. I usually check out $27 streams a lot. They're really good.
Right now.
Darn it.
I see Hassan's on right now, but it would be an absolute waste to rate to him because he won't even notice the little blip I'm about to send him. He's got 20,000 people watching him right now.
I I have a friend, but it's kind of like random. She's been a guest on PowerPort before. But she's
Let's
like
do it. No, I love
Yeah.
to help smaller streamers. Unless you're about to tell me someone with like 10,000 followers right now.
No. So her name's Hi Maha. She's like a lefty, but
spell
also like Hi, like HIGH, and then Maha MAHA.
MAHA. Cool. Let's do
Yes.
it because she's about to get probably not exactly 90, but close to 90 viewers in the Twitch chat right now. So I always love one of my favorite things actually, and I say this on the show a lot. I love to find a streamer who doesn't have a lot of people watching at the moment, and then just when I have a lot, just blast them with it because their reaction is always great on the stream. I like to watch the reaction. They're like, "Oh my god!"
These are two of my friends who have been on PowerPort before. They're really knowledgeable whenever I want to talk about weed policy or cannabis or like who's really about that. Also, just wonderful people. Check out Hi Maha's Twitch channel. So yes,
love to hear it. All right, folks. Dan, really, thank you and Rayyvanna so much, especially both of you for sticking around as long as you did. You will definitely be back on Leftist Mafia. I just did a 4-hour show with you and Rayyvanna without any other Leftist Mafia
and the Majority Report.
Right, and the Majority Report, and my day job. So, folks, I will see you all next week on Leftist Mafia. My stream on Tuesdays, Doomed. Have a great night. And let me do that raid before I forget. Don't want to lose them here. All
Love
right,
y'all.
take
Thanks
care.
for watching. Take care.
Just give me a second. I gotta hit the raid. Here we go. Okay, now I'm gonna end the stream because I'm gonna hit the raid button.
Sweet. I'm gonna head out of the studio. Peace, Matt. Have a good night.